There is an undeniable truth. Knowledge is power. It can be a sword to strike down an enemy, or it can become your own undoing. Zachary quickly gathered some firewood, his mind wandering back to the days of his childhood when he used to go camping with his family and a newly made girlfriend. He decisively threw away a bundle of useless twigs, only to be abruptly thrust into the role of an unwilling lumberjack. Zachary stretched his muscles slightly. Dad probably just went out to buy some wood. Whatever. Still, I have to admit, being alone out here in the woods doesn't feel half bad. He let out a weary sigh. It was nice not having to run into Hannah's friends anymore. They had been a tight-knit group for so long that he found it nearly impossible to fit in. Hannah's friends weren't exactly friendly either, loudly criticizing the mess on the ground. "Hurry up, guys. Who the hell even set up this tent?" David, wise boyfriend, quickly chimed in to take the blame. "Oh, my bad, that was me. She didn't know how to do it earlier, so I had to go over and show her." Why, David's girlfriend also walked over carrying her gear. "Relax, Tay. This is supposed to be a fun camping trip for everyone. Want some sweets?" He impatiently glared at the empty clearing before them. "No, I don't need any. It's getting late. We arrived way behind schedule, and we haven't even finished setting up anything yet." Hannah, Zach's girlfriend, calmly reassured him. "TR, and everything else will be fine, just like last time. Plus, Zach can pitch in too. He's really good at this kind of stuff." Zachary was the only one actually putting in any real effort. "I'll help out with whatever is needed." She casually dumped the work onto him with the excuse he's gone camping with his family tons of times. Jerry kept his hands busy. "I'm almost done chopping." Ty felt completely comfortable bossing him around like a servant. "Really? That's great. Then go find some more firewood to keep the fire going, lumberjack." Zachary walked over, carrying a shiny, gleaming axe. He glared down with a look that sent a slight chill straight down Zachary's spine. Zachary put on a polite, gentle smile as he walked past Tyler. "I'll handle it." The moment he walked out of sight, Tyler didn't even bother to hide his look of envy. Tyler puffed out his chest and criticized him. "Your boyfriend is way too uptight." Hannah just offered a forced, dismissive laugh. The whole bunch stared suspiciously after Zachary. "Wait, who even is that guy anyway?" He successfully gathered a decent amount of firewood. "I think this should be enough." Zachary tossed aside a few smaller twigs to lighten his load. "We don't need that much wood anyway. It's only for one night." Suddenly, his foot stepped right onto a bizarre, anomalous object. Zachary immediately felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He was abruptly pulled into a completely alien space. Zachary stood there, stunned, completely unable to grasp the situation. What the hell? What's going on here? Suddenly, a mechanical interface popped up, booting up the system. "Welcome to the multiverse." He furrowed his brow deeply, struggling to make sense of it. The multiverse. Zachary tried to guess a few possible scenarios. Am I dreaming? Or have I finally lost my mind? The system continued its task. Planet Earth scanning complete. Pressure level gravity, unclassified energy is currently adjusting. Looks like the process is almost finished. Due to size and energy failing to meet the required conditions, planet Earth will be merged with another planet to initiate spatial geographical adjustments. Spawn points will be set randomly. Living organisms will be upgraded to ensure adequate difficulty. The more he read, the less he understood. Another planet? Upgrading living things. Finally, a notification flashed across the screen. Connection to the multiverse system has been established. Zachary broke out into a nervous, cold sweat. Did I slip something into the pastries? He desperately tried to look for the others. "Hannah, David, can anyone hear me? Hey, where is this?" Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out alongside a notification, initiating teleportation to the hero's spawn point. Red filled the entire screen. Error. The hero is currently unable to teleport. You must use the spin wheel to survive. Zachary was once again introduced to a brand new concept, the survival wheel. While he was busy wondering, a dark, murderous aura materialized right behind Zachary's neck. Why does it have to be like this? A giant monster was glaring right down at him. Zachary was instantly terrified out of his mind. What the hell is that? It let out a roar, exposing a mutated maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. The system laid out the rules. Due to the massive power gap between you and the hero Urkas, the odds favor your opponent. Urkas, 1/100 000 spin tokens. Zachary, 1 out of 100 spin tokens. Whoever gets the lower spin score will be eliminated. He stared in absolute shock, his eyes darting across the numbers 100 and 100,000. The rules were written in plain sight on the screen, practically mocking him. What kind of rigged odds are these? Zachary flatly refused to take part. The gap is way too huge. I'm not spinning anything. The system completely ignored him and didn't care at all. Protocol number 34,572 complies with Zachary's directive, initiating spin. Right after that, the number started spinning into motion. As it spun, he frantically began punching the screen like a madman. Wait, cancel it. What kind of bullshit spin is this? Zachary felt utterly helpless against it. This is bad. Can you hear me? Stop spinning. A sharp ding echoed out, landing on the final result of 96. He temporarily calmed down just a little bit. 96 out of 100. I guess that's pretty much the highest score possible. At the exact same time, the hero's 6-digit sequence slowly began to move. Zachary didn't even care about the outcome anymore. He knew the situation all too well. This was nowhere near enough to beat it. The sound of the spinning wheel was tearing away at his sanity. He thought of his loved ones whom he hadn't even gotten the chance to say goodbye to. Zachary couldn't stop blaming himself. Or Mackenzie. God, I really am a terrible older brother. Suddenly, he wondered when on earth anyone would actually come looking for him. Hannah's friends probably wouldn't even care about Zachary at all. He stood there numbly, accepting his fate. I'm going to die and lose everything. Zachary was flooded with sheer hatred. Because of this damn spin machine, he gripped the handle of his axe tighter. He had made up his mind. I don't give a damn about that machine's probabilities anymore. His entire body tensed up. Numbers began flashing across his skin. Give me a chance, just this once. The wolf finally came to a halt on the number 91. The system flashed a message. Congratulations. Zachary stood frozen in shock. He had no clue what the hell was happening. I won. At that exact moment, the hero began to be erased from existence. Urka's spin score 91 is unavailable. Its massive body was engulfed by a powerful wave of blinding white light. A swirling crimson vortex spun fiercely toward Zachary. His right eye acted as a portal, channeling the energy straight into his body. A barrage of windows popped up one after another. Protocol conclusion. Zachary continues to exist. Urkas has been eliminated, continuing to optimize the resurrection protocol. Zachary has leveled up. Zachary has leveled up. Not long after, he was dropped back into a forest. Zachary groaned against the cold ground. He dazedly sat up and looked around. What just happened? Zachary panicked and frantically checked his body. Did I just pass out? I need to get back immediately. But this place didn't seem like the forest he started in. His eyes landed on the strange, alien flora right in front of him. Where am I? The system popped up to offer a brief explanation. Due to size and energy failing to meet the required conditions, planet Earth will be merged with another planet to initiate. He stood there completely petrified. Zachary clutched his head in sheer exhaustion. No, I'm just imagining things. This is all just a dream. He tried to find his way back based on memory. Is this the right path back to the campsite? Zachary stumbled blindly through the forest that felt both familiar and alien. After a while, he finally reached his destination. Here it is. Zachary spotted the familiar tour bus. I remember staying close by. Looks like they started the fire without waiting for me. He called out loudly into the clearing. Hey, is something wrong, guys? Zachary froze dead in his tracks at the gathering spot. There wasn't a single soul around. He instantly sensed danger in the air. A monster was casually gnawing away at the supply crate they had brought along. What the hell? That bizarre appearance doesn't resemble any creature on Earth at all. It let out a roar that sent a shockwave, forcing Zachary backward. The monster lunged furiously toward him. Zachary quickly tightened his grip on his axe. He decisively swung it in a sweeping arc. The beast was sliced clean through with effortless ease. Even so, it still managed to leave a deep scratch across his shoulder. He was genuinely shocked, barely believing he could be this strong. Zachary began trying to piece together the interface info he had seen earlier. Initiating system. Welcome to the multiverse. He recalled the bizarre anomalies he had just encountered. The monster, it was all entirely too real. Zachary gripped the wound on his bicep tightly. It's not a dream, it's all real. He immediately decided to make a run for it. Where is everyone? Help me! Zachary scrambled to get into the vehicle. The monster was right on his heels. Damn it. Where did they even go? I have to get out of here. Its speed was terrifying. This was bad. It was way too fast. He leaped to the side to dodge out of the way. The monster crashed straight into the car. Zachary suddenly realized a pattern. Its speed is insane, but once it charges, it can't change direction. His brain instantly clicked, figuring out a solution. Got it. Zachary quickly formed a game plan. So that trick is going to work. While he was still dazed, he swiftly dashed around behind it. Zachary loudly taunted the enemy. Over here, come get me. The monster instantly whipped its head around and charged. It bolted straight back into the woods. It went completely berserk, acting as if it had lost all reason. The monster leaped forward in massive bounds, closing in on Zachary. He panted heavily, completely exhausted, having lost a significant amount of health. Zachary lured it right back to the spot where he had been teleported away earlier. Bring it on. Sure enough, the ground began to tremble once more. He furrowed his brow tightly in sheer irritation. Zachary clearly noticed his hands shaking. Was he terrified of facing death? But he instantly dismissed the thought. No, this isn't fear. The forest shook even more violently than before. Power suddenly surged from deep within his body. It was pure anger. He roared out a challenge. Come on, just try and kill me. The monster lunged forward insanely. Knowing its pattern now, Zachary easily dodged out of the way. It slammed directly into a boulder beneath a tree. The monster quickly scrambled backward. It growled, looking around wildly to hunt him down. Zachary had already climbed up a nearby ridge at some point. He aimed straight for the vertebrae along its spine and struck. It snapped in two instantly. Zachary relentlessly rained down a flurry of axe chops. The monster shrieked in agony, splattering his entire body with blood. Compared to the monster from earlier, this thing wasn't worth a damn. Every single axe blow landed with pinpoint precision, smashing its spine to pieces with every strike. Zachary didn't stop swinging. A mystical surge of power was coursing through his veins. The system dropped a new notification. Received 100 Nisus coins. Zachary was completely exhausted, his body covered head to toe in blood. He dragged his feet back toward the campsite, his wounds bleeding continuously. Zachary stumbled forward, calling out Hannah's name. His hand loosened, dropping the blood-stained axe to the ground. Zachary dragged his battered body along the side of the bus. Is anyone here? We have to. He finally managed to reach the door handle. Zachary collapsed from sheer exhaustion. He had fallen right on the threshold of the door. Zachary had only one single wish, and that was to go home. Zachary groggily woke up. The bright sunlight shone down on him. He dragged his heavily injured body up. Looking down at his blood-soaked hands, Zachary gasped. Oh God. He fumbled around for his phone. What time is it? It was currently 8:47 a.m. Zachary's eyes widened in total disbelief. He let out a shock-filled shout. Did I sleep for 3 whole days? A moment later, Zachary got into his car and tended to his wounds himself. Where on earth did Hannah and the others disappear to? 3 days had passed without a single trace of them, yet all their belongings were still left completely intact here. It took him a while to finish bandaging himself up. I have to face reality. If they haven't come back by now, they're probably dead. Zachary walked around searching for information. What the hell is going on? He climbed up onto a tree branch. How was my body healing so fast? By right, I should be dead, but I'm still alive. He had tried contacting the outside world. He was alone in this forest, and there wasn't any network signal whatsoever. There was virtually no practical way to get out of here. The car was completely out of gas. Zachary managed to retrieve his axe, his most useful weapon at the moment. He found himself thinking back to that abnormal thing from before and that monster. Zachary didn't have a single clue. What even was that thing? Aliens? Is Earth being invaded? He started worrying for his family all over again. If this forest had been transformed, what was happening to the world out there? He remembered his crybaby little sister, Kenzie. Zachary's heart burned with pure determination. I have to get back home. He tried to climb up higher. He gripped the handle tight and slammed the axe head deep into the tree trunk to give himself leverage. Zachary cast his gaze out into the distance. A vast, endless forest stretched out right before his eyes. If there's a way to get back, Zachary never expected that past the sea of trees, he couldn't see any land at all. Am I on an island? He knit his brows tight, filled with pure hatred. Damn it. What did you do to my world? Zachary cursed at the top of his lungs. You damn system. The second the words left his mouth, a blue interface popped up out of nowhere. A flurry of system screens flooded in one after another. Achievements. Born to destroy. Slain the first monster in the world. All stats plus 10%. Surreal death god. Soloed emerged commander in the world. All stats plus 5%. All stats plus 10%. Lucky draw. Successfully performed a lucky draw during a monster battle. Luck plus 5, luck plus 20%. Giant Slayer. Soloed an enemy 5 levels above you. All stats plus 1. Heir of David. Soloed an enemy 10 levels above you. All stats plus 2. Power Surge. Soloed an enemy 25 levels above you. All stats plus 3. Leviathan Slayer. Soloed an enemy 50 levels above you. All stats plus 5. All stats plus 10%. Rank 10 Adventurer. Strength plus 1. Endurance plus 1. Intelligence plus 1. He was completely dumbfounded. What is all this? Zachary stared blankly at the screen. Is this really me? The system panel displayed all his stats in vivid detail. Name, Zachary level, 16 race, human, earth, titles, born to destroy, surreal death god, lucky draw, giant slayer, heir of David, power surge, Leviathan Slayer, adventurer. Stats, strength, 31, agility, 25, endurance, 27, vitality, 27, intelligence, 29, wisdom, 29, luck, 44, unassigned stat points, 30, Nisa's coins, 5,100. His frustration with this thing only grew. Fantastic. So it turned the whole world into a game. Zachary looked into it more closely. I'm level 16 thanks to that roulette wheel. Almost all these stats came from these titles. His eyes caught an active quest window. Infinite potential quest. Reach level 25. Rewards. Unlock the Bone Cleaver class quest. Kill 4 heralds and an invasion commander within 3 months. Reward. 10 E-rank Nisa's crystals plus a special reward based on performance. Invasion Master. Face invading enemies and defend the base for 3 months. Reward. Base upgraded to a town. Gain the mayor title. He noticed a pillar of light way out in the distance. Quest events. I'm guessing that Red Beam is an invasion zone. But where is the base? The system prompted. Conditions to create a base have been met. Create now. Zachary hesitated. A base. He instinctively glanced down at the makeshift campsite behind him. Having a place to call home wouldn't be bad, definitely better than staying out here fighting monsters. After thinking it over for a bit, Zachary made up his mind. All right, do it. Create the base. The screen flickered for a brief second. He couldn't hide his surprise. That's it. It confirmed. Congratulations on successfully building your base. Suddenly, a voice echoed out. What are you doing here? Zachary immediately went on high alert. His face hardened with murder in his eyes. Who the hell are you? Zachary instinctively backed away and slipped right off the tree. It wasn't human. It narrowed its single eye and looked down at him. And you're not one of my kind either. He scrambled to regain his balance mid-fall. Zachary managed to grab onto something in the air. However, his face instantly turned pale. The thing he grabbed was the long, thick body of a massive python. He was immediately wrapped up tight by it. I let my guard down and let it ambush me. The python went wild, trying desperately to crush and tear Zachary apart. It coiled around him with lightning speed. As he criticized his own mistake, he frantically looked for a way out. It looks like playing a video game, but it's not. I can't let my guard down around here. And if I want to get stronger, I have to risk my damn life. Zachary let go of its body with one hand. He immediately grabbed the python right by its head. Zachary squeezed with all his strength, crushing its head to bits. I ain't dying here. Right then, the tree branch snapped in half. Both he and the python plummeted straight down. Zachary grit his teeth tight, staring at it with utter hatred. The system only handed out rewards to those who acted as the hunters. He had grasped the core rule. Strength was the absolute prerequisite in this world. That was the one and only thing if you wanted to survive. I have to become the strongest. A while later, Abby leisurely floated back. That guy probably doesn't see stuff like this very often. It casually hovered around the area. A base has its uses, but was that guy seriously planning on picking a tree as his base? Abby shook its head in annoyance. I've guided countless entities from so many races and species across this multiverse, and humans were always held in high regard. But a treehouse has got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Suddenly, a noise from down below caught its attention. Zachary was swinging his axe like crazy, blood splattering with every single slash he delivered. Abby was stunned and rushed over to check. Zachary was panting heavily from exhaustion. He had chopped that python into a bunch of different chunks, big and small. Zachary glared with wild eyes, pointing his axe directly at Abby in a clear threat. It flinched at his sudden hostility. It fell into deep thought. I see. Maybe I judged you too quickly. You're actually pretty capable. He didn't drop his guard for a second. Abby introduced itself. My name is Veth Abrick, or you can just call me Abby. I was sent here to assist you in building your base. Zachary probed cautiously. My name is Zach. How can it speak when it doesn't even have a mouth? What do you mean by assisting me? It looked down at him again with pure disdain in its eye. Awesome. Another idiot who skipped the tutorial. I'm a helper assigned to you when you chose the base-building quest. He grumbled back at Abby in annoyance. Tutorial? What tutorial? That system didn't tell me a damn thing. 3 days ago, it dumped me all alone in this forest. Abby nodded along as if it finally understood. So you didn't get tutorial? Must be it. Right after that, it let out a panicked shriek. 3 days? This world has only been initiated for 3 days? Are you sure you didn't mean 3 months? Zachary stated with absolute certainty, no days. He tapped on its round head. If that's true, then, Abby swam around his head with newfound excitement. Man, you must have been labeled a D-Fire then. Looks like this ball of light finally hit the jackpot. Zachary frowned in confusion. What kind of title is that supposed to be? It began to explain everything in detail. My guess is the tutorial hasn't been issued yet, which is why you haven't read it. Your world just recently merged into the multiverse, which spans countless galaxies and has existed for billions of years. It added, plenty of people from your world were teleported to beginner villages to learn the ropes next month. The system announced enthusiastically. Welcome, beginners. He quickly asked, so my family is still safe, right? It confirmed, if they're inside a beginner village, then yes. Currently, it laid out the brutal reality. There are some who lack capability and can't absorb the energy of the universe on their own. Sooner or later, they will die. Those who cannot cultivate won't be able to withstand the dangerous threats from the system. Zachary and Abby headed back to the campsite. So, are there any other D-Fires out there? He glared with sharp alertness and asked Abby, does that mean I'm going to die too? It didn't rule out the possibility. Maybe, maybe not. A D-Fire is an individual who can grow their strength far beyond expectations. Abby added with growing amusement. The system thought you were weak and decided to kill you, but you defied its demands. You rejected your fate. It affirmed Zachary's extraordinary nature. Defiance carries its own power, but your situation is extremely tough. You've been given an amazing opportunity, but it won't be easy. He slung the axe over his shoulder. You call nearly getting killed by that roulette wheel an opportunity? Abby adjusted its authority. I don't, but the system does. It knows better than anyone. In the grand scheme of the multiverse, prophecies are among the few things actually worth paying attention to. Abby declared with complete conviction. I'm telling you right now, the system hates the weak. Zachary, you're nothing more than an ant in the face of absolute power. Fail or give up, and you'll be punished. His voice lowered, unable to hide his surging rage. You mean I have to complete every single quest and kill every single monster? And I don't have any other choice. Abby offered a sincere piece of advice. You are very close to them. The system is watching you. Don't disappoint them. It suddenly started spinning around like it was looking for something. After a moment, Abby whispered softly into Zachary's ear. Also, you should try to complete the quest within 1 month instead of 3. That would. Before it could finish its sentence, it was struck by a powerful electric shock. He stood there stunned as Abby was teleported away. A cold screen displayed a notification. Base management rights have been revoked by the system. It happened so fast that Zachary couldn't even react in time. What the hell? Suddenly, a sharp pain hit his head. 1 month. All at once, the scene shifted to a lavish banquet with an ancient style. Orgus coldly raised his glass. He felt completely out of place in this atmosphere. Aaliyah approached him provocatively. "You don't seem very happy, Lord Orgus." She spoke with a sweet tone. "Smile a little. Today is a joyous occasion." Orgus growled. "Joyous about what?" Aaliyah raised her wine glass high toward the hall. "Lord Okrul's grandfather was just granted the title of Invasion Commander. That is an honor every single one of us longs to achieve." His eyes locked onto a certain person. Orgus immediately scowled. It's an honor they had to murder people to get. The person glared back at him in response. She taunted him. "Then I suppose you should spend your time preparing for the match instead of partying with everyone else." Orgus turned his back to leave. "The match? I thought you understood me better than anyone." As Aaliyah watched, he stepped down into the main hall of the banquet. "I won't fight anyone. That game isn't for me. Let those idiots be controlled all they want." Suddenly, someone collapsed from the poison in the wine. The young man crashed on the floor, his wine glass shattering to pieces. Instantly, panicked screams erupted. Who did this? Someone help him. Orgus seemed to have known everything beforehand, and they were going to charge headfirst into their own deaths. On a beautiful early morning by a stream, the forest was filled with all sorts of strange creatures. A familiar monster was drinking water on the bank. The sight would have been peaceful if it were just an ordinary dog. A butterfly gently fluttered its wings toward the monster. It didn't mind at all, letting the butterfly land right on its nose. Even the insects brought by the system looked bizarre. The monster lightly flicked its ear, and the butterfly flew off. Sensing danger, it tried to run away. But Zachary was fast enough to sever the monster's spine in one clean strike. The system immediately issued the reward. Acquired title. Fiend Slayer. Increases all stats by 3% when fighting the demon race. Plus 100 Nisus coins. Level up. He sat down to rest right next to it. Finally, Zachary had gotten used to these anomalies. Leveling up in this system wasn't overly difficult either. Looks like I have a few leftover points to boost my stats since I leveled up. I still haven't used the ones from level 16. The system screen displayed. Level 17, Strength, 31, Agility, 25, Endurance, 27, Vitality, 27, Intelligence, 29, Wisdom, 29, Luck, 44, Unassigned stat points. 32, he gave it serious thought. Should I learn more about this world before deciding what to upgrade? No. The fight with the snake earlier was because I was way too careless. I have to be completely sharp. Zachary kept tapping away at the screen. I need to pick the stats that can help me the most right now. The rest can wait till later. The stats updated. Strength, 31 plus 10. Agility, 25 plus 6. Endurance, 27 plus 5. Vitality, 27 plus 11. Intelligence, 29. Wisdom, 29. Luck, 44. Unassigned stat points. 0 left. He clearly understood his current situation. Because I could be alive today and dead tomorrow. Zachary lay back, his mind wandering. 25 days left until the end of the first month. Was what it said really true? There had to be a reason it told me that. The words from earlier were still burned into his memory. Also, you should try to complete the quest within 1 month instead of 3. Zachary narrowed his eyes and thought. That was the real reason the system punished it. He couldn't help but sigh at the sheer injustice of it all. Whether I finish it in 1 month or 3 months, the reward is the exact same. Life truly is a series of miseries. Zachary took an optimistic view that he had the chance to explore ahead while everyone else was still stuck in the beginner village. He drank a gulp of cool spring water. I can't afford to waste time. Zachary ripped his axe out, slung it over his shoulder, and searched for a new target. That's right, Zachary was brimming with determination. Time to get back to work. Night fell very quickly. He sat alone by the campfire, eating monster meat for sustenance. He took the opportunity to check his system. Almost all of my titles are related to being the first person to do something. Zachary opened up a series of screens. Born to Destroy. Slain the first monster in the world. All stats plus 10%. Surreal Death God. Soloed Emerge Commander in the world. All stats plus 5%. All stats plus 10%. Leviathan Slayer. Soloed an enemy 50 levels above you. All stats plus 5%. All stats plus 10%. Zachary took a huge bite of the meat. He quickly came to a conclusion. When I built this base, I wasn't given any free materials. That means someone else out there completed the quest before me. A defier just like me. Zachary couldn't help but wonder. If a simple snake could turn into such a powerful creature, then just how absurdly strong could these things actually get? He pondered while browsing through the interface. The base shop probably sells stuff that can make me stronger, or maybe something that can help me track down my family. He quickly skimmed through the screens. Everything required Nisus coins to buy. Every time I kill a demon dog, I get 100 coins, and from that snake, I got a few hundred. Suddenly, Zachary paused right in front of a specific item. His eyes lit up instantly. I could teleport everyone here, or even better, teleport myself back home. I'll get off this island and go back. But the price was insanely steep. Teleportation point, 10 million Nisus coins. That figure hit him like a heavy boulder crushing down on his head. 10 million Nisus coins. Zachary did the math, considering it seriously. I'd have to kill an insane amount of monsters. There's no way I can farm that much just from killing regular mobs. But what about the quests? He had figured out his immediate path forward. There are so many items in the store. If beginner mobs are already this strong, I have to try. I have to bet everything on this. Zachary reopened the quest activation system. Infinite potential. Reach level 25. Reward. Unlock the Bone Cleaver class quest. Kill 4 heralds and an invasion commander within 3 months. Reward. 10 E-rank Nisus crystals plus a special reward based on performance. Invasion Master. Face invading enemies and defend the base for 3 months. Reward. Base upgraded to a town. Gain the mayor title. He arrived at a conclusion. Unlike stat points, I have to save up my coins. Zachary took another big bite of meat. I have to spend them on the right things. He decided to make a purchase. There were only 2 items he could actually afford. The first was a skill. Heavenly Eye skill, price, 3,000 Nisus coins. A stream of cosmic energy reveals basic information about living creatures. It will show me the basic stats of whatever creature is right in front of me. Hopefully, it'll show me how to kill these monsters. The second one was Mother-Child Forced Energy Gathering Array, price, 3,000 Nisus coins. The Mother Array slowly gathers cosmic energy from the surrounding area and transfers that energy to the wearer. By wearing this necklace, I'll absorb cosmic power from monsters every 24 hours. Boosts energy while sleeping. I might not be a legitimate cultivator, but nothing's stopping me from stealing their skills. After meditating for a short while, Zachary stood back up and grabbed his axe. Wasting too much time here, better go slaughter a few more. He glanced one last time at that priceless target. Teleportation point. Zachary threw his head back and swallowed the last piece of meat. From that moment on, I spent almost all my time hunting. Whenever I spotted prey, I would easily take it down, and when it spotted me, it went the same way. Rain or shine, Zachary never stopped to rest. These footprints are fresh, but through every single fight, I keep learning more. How to swing the axe properly, how to block incoming attacks, how to use my new skill. He expertly activated Heavenly Eye. So you're a Hellhound, huh? A blue system window appeared right above its head. Race, Hellhound, Fiend Faction. Title, Azrazak Legion. I built plenty of temporary shelters all over the island, just in case I couldn't make it back to base in time. Zachary's life here became a constant loop of hunting, fighting, and hacking away. I've killed hundreds, maybe tens of thousands. Each level up takes even more kills. But my strength has grown significantly until I felt those hellhounds weren't even worth my time to hunt anymore. They used to be real prey. Zachary had become fully accustomed to brutal, intense battles. Level 23, I need to keep up this pace. He checked his stats while talking to himself. Name, Zachary Atwood level, 23, strength, 59, agility, 39, endurance, 42, vitality, 48, intelligence, 29, wisdom, 29, luck, 44 less than 5 days left until the end of the first month. At the same time, inside Orgus's luxurious mansion, Rydell barged aggressively into his office. Orgus raised his glass cheerfully. Rydell, good to see you. Tell me, how are the preparations for the invasion landing coming along? He knit his brows tightly in impatience. You know the answer full well. If you find it too much of a bother to read the reports, Orgus scoffed, not caring in the slightest. Then what am I paying you to work under me for? A commander's duty is to give orders. Come take a seat. You look way too tense. Rydell flat out rejected the gesture. I'll take the liberty of speaking, standing up, my lord. He glared coldly at the wine glass in his hand. Are you drunk already? He grit his teeth and growled. Why do you keep babbling nonsense? What else am I supposed to do? Our unit halted all invasion operations weeks ago. Rydell suddenly let out a sinister chuckle. You're right, my lord. He slid a report forward. Then sign this for me, and you can go do whatever the hell you want. Orgus immediately pulled out a pen. Your cousin Kevin taking office as the Expeditionary High Commander? Why the hell not? Rydell left, satisfied. Thank you, High Commander. I'll make sure your orders are carried out immediately. He went right back to enjoying his wine peacefully. Very good, Rydell. I knew I could trust you. He responded by slamming the door shut. The moment Rydell walked out, a cunning smile broke across Orgus's face. Just a few more weeks, and I'll be out of this dog den for good. All right then. Back with Zachary on the deserted island. He was carefully analyzing the tracks on the ground. Zachary's gaze was sharp, like a seasoned predator. He spotted a demon hound mid-yawn. Zachary gripped his axe tight. I still wasn't paying enough attention to my surroundings. Before I could even react, it picked up on the danger and snapped up on its feet. He was utterly shocked. What the hell? How was that demon hound suddenly getting mauled and torn apart by a massive creature in the blink of an eye? Its size was 5 times bigger than a normal one. Zachary didn't even dare to breathe heavily. It was tearing into its prey with sheer, vicious frenzy. The phantom hound sniffed around the area, searching for something. It abandoned its half-eaten meal and began pacing back and forth. Out of nowhere, the phantom hound accelerated, charging straight toward his location. Its red and white eyes widened in total shock. Zachary had already vanished in a thin air long ago. He was sprinting away at full speed. What the hell is that thing? I'm done, Zachary thought to himself as he ran for his life. That thing is way more dangerous than those other monsters. Am I really supposed to kill that? Its claws alone are as thick as my arm. He made a split-second decision. I have to fall back to base and set up a concrete plan before I try to kill it. The sudden crackle of a campfire in the dark night instantly put Zachary on high alert. 2 completely different monster species were communicating somehow. He was surprised. Are those things actually talking to each other? The scene was far too bizarre. Zachary carefully crouched behind a large tree to eavesdrop. What the hell? That bipedal creature is roasting meat. He figured that one looked way more intelligent. Zachary knit his brows, speculating. Did they come looking for me? Are they going to give away my base's location? He quickly activated his skill, testing out Heavenly Eye to take a look. Right at that moment, they picked up on Zachary's presence. Race, Imp, Fiend Faction. Title, Azrazak Legion Race. Phantom Hound, Fiend Faction. Title, Azrazak Legion. He immediately snapped to his feet. Damn it, it saw me. The imp quickly launched a dark orb at him. Zachary managed to dodge it just in the nick of time. The imp darted forward at blinding speed. Zachary felt the danger closing in fast. It's got its eyes right on me. He cursed under his breath. Shit. Zachary put everything he had into a heavy collision with the imp. It quickly bounced backward away from him. Zachary's eyes remained completely locked in and vigilant. He sensed another threat nearby. The phantom hound launched a sudden head-on attack. It completely overwhelmed him in both raw power and physical size. Its razor-sharp fangs were snapping hungrily at its prey. Zachary struggled wildly to shove it off. Get the hell off me. Right after that, he frantically put out the flames burning on his shoulder. What kind of fire is this? It looked like any ordinary fire on the surface, but it was actually gnawing directly at his soul. The imp on the side was thoroughly thrilled, while the phantom hound stared at him like a juicy slab of meat. Zachary suddenly realized the deadly corner he was backed into. There were 2 of them, and he only had 1 broken axe. If I can't take down these 2 monsters right here, I don't deserve any of the chances I've been given. He charged forward, seizing the initiative. At the same time, the imp unleashed its magic. Zachary maneuvered forward swiftly while dodging the spells. The phantom hound leapt up, snapping its massive jaws wide open. He moved quickly, wrapping his arms around its entire body. The Phantom Hound was left momentarily dazed. Zachary let out a loud roar to summon his strength, then delivered a heavy punch straight to the Phantom Hound. Zachary relied entirely on pure physical impact. Every single blow carried terrifying power. He threw a heavy kick right into its throat. The Phantom Hound was practically beaten senseless. The imp let out a gruesome, chilling laugh. It launched a sneak attack on Zachary from behind. His arms felt as though they had completely frozen over. His whole body was paralyzed with agonizing pain. Thoughts raced wildly through Zachary's head. I guess back then was really just pure luck. Flames gradually enveloped his body. The Phantom Hound hadn't gone down yet and wanted to finish Zachary off right then and there. Galactic energy, a substance separating the multiverse. From the moment the system arrived here, right from the very start, fate had decided to push me toward death. But this was the exact moment galactic energy began flowing inside me. The mother-child forced energy gathering array taught me how to sense it. My personal skill taught me how to use it. It all came down to me learning and mastering it myself. The scythe was blocked by a strange surge of magic. Zachary's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with rage. He effortlessly grabbed the Phantom Hound by its tail. You shouldn't have broken my damn axe. The imp realized something was horribly wrong, too. It grit its teeth in pure anger. The imp hurled fireballs nonstop. Zachary hoisted the Phantom Hound up without a second thought. He swung the Phantom Hound around in full circles. Right after that, he let go, launching it like a thrown ball. There was not a single trace of warmth in Zachary's eyes. The imp was just as bloodthirsty and eager for battle. The two slammed into each other like cannonballs, exploding on impact. Day 30, the final day of the first month, with splinters scattered and fell onto the surface of the water. The imp and the Phantom Hound were floating down the river. The rushing water slammed against the rocks with every passing wave. Zachary was tirelessly whittling away at a piece of wood. He admired his handiwork for a moment. This should do it. It would be better if I could reach level 25 and choose a character class instead of doing this. But that guy did mention I should try to finish the quest within 1 month. Even if I can't complete it, that doesn't mean I'm giving up. Besides, offering rewards like these carries a massive risk for the system. I'll probably get assigned another quest anyway. He felt extremely confident about the upcoming journey. Time to kill the second herald. Elsewhere, a hand rested firmly on a balustrade. Another figure appeared right beside him. Orgus let out a polite, insincere smile. Looks like a whole month has gone by, and we still haven't gotten anywhere, huh? Rydell replied without the slightest hesitation. Yes, that's correct. He didn't pause, continuing right along. But this is only the beginning. Once the teleportation gate protocol is complete and operational, we won't be able to meet the council members anymore, and the real work will finally begin. Orgus looked down into the rift at the massive horde of demons inside. How fascinating. I truly can't wait any longer. Zachary was locked in fierce combat. He engaged the monsters in direct hand-to-hand combat. He was sent flying backward by a single heavy blow. Zachary instantly picked himself back up and dove straight back into the fight. His gaze darkened slightly. The colossal beast standing before him was called Nothing, level 45. Zachary was suddenly reminded of a childhood memory from when he used to go fishing by the river with his dad. His father turned to him and said, "You know, Zach, every single animal has its own special ability. Birds can fly, and rabbits can run fast." The sudden tug on the fishing line caught both of their attention. "Got a bite, son." The fishing rod bent completely taut under the strain. Zachary's father added quietly, "Fish are extremely sharp." He calmly reeled in the rod. "But they don't know how to use traps or bait like we do. Even cavemen knew how to use spears. The bottom line is, we don't catch them simply because we're a more advanced species. We catch them because it helps us discover just how far our own capabilities can go." 2 hours before his battle with the Herald, Zachary had been building a trap. "You were completely right, Dad." He looked at his creation with pride. "Fortunately, I have a whole bunch of spears right here." Back in the battle, Nothing was charging toward him with fierce aggression. Zachary raised his guard even higher to defend himself. He came to a clear realization of his own current strength. "I can't beat this thing using raw strength alone. The gap in power between us is just way too massive." Nothing lunged forward rapidly, intent on tearing its opponent to pieces. "Taking even a single hit from this thing means I'm dead." As he dodged the incoming blows, he scrambled for a strategy. I have to make sure it doesn't touch me. Zachary launched a physical strike of his own. A spray of dark red blood burst out from nothing. It only grew more vicious and enraged. He fixed his golden eyes straight onto the beast. I can channel galactic energy to every single part of my body. The muscles in Zachary's arms bulged with thick veins, massively enhancing his physical power. Nothing didn't care in the slightest, continuing to charge like crazy. Zachary sprinted as fast as he could. Come on, chase after me. But I'm not the chosen one. Nothing was closing the distance step by step. Factoring in his calculations, his galactic energy was limited. I have to use it efficiently. I can't afford to make a single mistake. Nothing extended its razor-sharp, elongated claws. Zachary's entire body went tense with extreme pressure. Come on, Zach. He pushed every ounce of his strength straight into his legs. His entire body suddenly leaped high into the air. Control the energy. Zachary looked down at the monster, whispering silently to himself, "Kill it." He brought his axe, slamming straight down with all his might. A group of demons appeared right before the massive rift. Heavy footsteps approached step by step. Orgus looked around, asking, "Where is Rydell?" One quick-tongued demon answered immediately. "He has already crossed through the teleportation gate, High Commander." His eyes flicked slightly toward the back. Shortly after, he regained his confident composure. "However, you won't be able to follow him." Orgus wore an inscrutable, mysterious smile. On the other side, the fierce battle inside the forest raged on. Zachary cursed in frustration under his breath. "Damn it, I overused it. My body can't hold any more galactic energy. If I keep pushing, my energy meridians are going to snap." The monster was steadily closing in on him, but I can't stop now. Zachary spotted the trap not far ahead. Almost there. The monster charged forward in agony. The two had been playing a deadly game of cat and mouse for a while now. A bright gleam flashed in Zachary's eyes. Instead of stopping, he picked up his speed even more. The monster remained hot on his heels. Zachary leaped into the air as the perfect moment arrived. He abruptly cut off his smooth movement path. Unable to stop its momentum in time, the monster overshot. It let out a fierce, terrifying roar. Its massive legs slammed deep into the ground. Its eyes burned red with intense fury. Zachary wasn't entirely sure. Did it actually work? The monster fell straight into the trap. It slowly met its end in agonizing pain. The monster's eyes bulged wide open as life drained from them. The system issued a notification. Level up. Reached level 25. Quest complete. Character class selection feature unlocked. Zachary couldn't help but feel a rush of pure joy. I actually did it. After all those exhausting moments, he finally dared to relax. I made it. You see that, you damn system? I killed it. His sentence was abruptly cut short by an overwhelming, oppressive pressure. A pair of glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness. Taking it all in, Zachary cursed out loud, "Holy shit." He was completely surrounded by a massive horde of monsters. Inside another castle, a soldier stared trembling at the man standing in front of him. "Wait." Orgus swung his blade without hesitation, cleaving right above the soldier's head. A dull thud echoed through the room. He effortlessly took care of all the small fry. The knight in armor voiced his frustration. "How much longer do we have to wear these stupid sets of armor?" Orgus sheathed his sword, answering nonchalantly, "Until I say so." Nami's the other man let out a whine. "Are you serious?" A soldier on the verge of death gasped out, "No, please don't." Aaliyah's seductive voice echoed out, "Does that include me as well?" And the answer was no exception, especially for her. Orgus issued a stern command. "I don't want anyone knowing about your presence here. The fewer people who know, the better." Another person clearing out the corpses chimed in with a warning. "Think this through, Orgus. We won't have his protection anymore once we step through that gate." The remaining survivor was tortured to death. The other man remained completely calm, as if brushing off a speck of dust. There was nothing left. Orgus cast an emotionless glance with his dark eyes and said, "Then just do it. I am beyond sick and tired of this damn council. The new planet seems way more interesting and a lot safer than this place." His eyebrows knitted tightly together. All that was left was to go meet the people on that planet. Zachary was desperately scrambling to escape from the monster horde. Damn it, they're everywhere. He stole a quick glance behind him. only for his despair to deepen even further. Why the hell didn't Abby tell me that killing a herald would summon every single damn monster on this island? This is bad. My internal energy is running completely dry. I used up every drop of it fighting that herald. There's no way in hell I can outrun this entire horde. They're going to tear me limb from limb. Right then, a monster lunged directly at him in a mid-air attack. Zachary reacted just in time, narrowly escaping death in the nick of time. He was at a severe disadvantage, trapped in a life-or-death situation. Zachary took a second to sense his own body. My internal energy recovered just a bit after killing that elephant-looking thing. Not much at all. Practically almost nothing. But if I can keep killing them continuously, if I can absorb energy at the exact same rate that I consume it, a triumphant smirk broke across Zachary's face. Then I won't have to run from these bastards anymore. With that thought in mind, he came to a sudden halt, spun around, and faced the ferocious monster horde head-on. Zachary dealt with one of the monsters cleanly and swiftly. He dove right into the thick of the horde, swinging his axe wildly. I just need to kill every single one of them. Somewhere else, a powerful figure was radiating pure murderous intent. Rydell quietly marveled at the scene. It doesn't matter what's holding him up. In Orgus's absence, I am the one in command. He immediately barked out orders. Kevin, organize scout squads right now. Something killed the Urkaz Herald. I want to know what the hell that thing is. Kevin reported back almost instantaneously that it was done. Yes, sir. Rydell slammed his hand onto the table, announcing, good. Move on to the plan for our outpost. As soon as possible, we need to get it upgraded. Right at that moment, new intel came flooding in. Someone was crossing through the teleportation gate. The people inside the room broke into a loud chatter. Did Lord Orgus finally decide to show his face? Who could it be? A set of firm, steady footsteps walked inside. Orgus strode in proudly alongside his men. His gaze settled on the person standing across from him. Rydell was no exception, staring right back. Deep inside the forest, Zachary was rapidly approaching total exhaustion. His arm bore a deep wound, and a chunk of skin was missing from his leg. Blood dripped slowly from his axe. His voice shook slightly as he spoke. I need to find that corpse-littered battlefield, one of my supply caches. Zachary dragged his exhausted body forward step by step. There it is. That tree. He reached out and grabbed onto a branch, then quickly hoisted his entire body up. His perspective shifted as he reached a much safer vantage point. Zachary was running on empty after a full day of battle. Dawn broke soon after. He slowly came to, grudgingly waking up. It's already been over a month. The world hasn't ended yet. What on earth am I talking about? It ended last month. He adjusted his gear a bit, then quickly slithered down to the base of the tree. Zachary tried to feel out his condition. His body's recovery speed was truly astonishing. Still, he hadn't fully recovered back to 100%. This journey was going to be long, but once he got there, he would be able to pick his class. A faint sound suddenly rang out. Zachary's eyes grew sharp with vigilance. Is someone watching me? A demon soldier was scouting the surrounding area. He slowly figured out its identity. Is it a demon? The demon sat down and muttered something under its breath. Silen kaivirus bazaratujed, ban malumba, urgas. The very next second, Zachary shot forward like a gust of wind. A deep, dull thud echoed through the forest. Holding his weapon firm, he said politely, I'll be taking this. Thanks. Zachary then slung the demon over his shoulder and tossed him deep into the woods. Night fell quickly. The demon soldier was splashed with water to wake him up. Startled, he immediately screamed out, V-A-E-O, vow. Zachary cut him off with the sharp blade of his axe. Bah! He greeted him very politely. Greetings. The demon stared at him, totally dazed. A human. Zachary slowly pieced together a few details. So, but you can understand what I'm saying? Then tell me, how many of your kind are invading my world? The demon status screen popped up. Azan, level 33, faction, Azrazak. Without wasting words, he threw out a threatening strike. Answer me. The demon's entire body flared with aura from pure rage. Azan spoke up like a groaning curse. Zachary swore under his breath. Damn it. He bolted away from the sudden explosion. Tattered scraps of cloth fell to the ground. The earth was scorched red hot, and almost the entire surrounding area was heavily damaged. Did he absorb a massive amount of energy just to blow himself up, just so I couldn't squeeze any information out of him? Zachary looked at what was left and muttered in wonder. Well, that's a surprise. These demons are going to be a real pain in the ass. Zachary stayed hidden in the treetop, carefully checking if the area was safe after the chaotic explosion. Several hours had passed since the demon scout turned himself into fireworks, and luckily, no reinforcements had showed up to check on the mess. Zachary quickly leaped down to the ground, his face flushed red with anger because the scout's self-destruction had blown away a ton of potential loot. Our main guy was now wearing nothing but a tattered cloak and a few layers of bandages. He really hoped the demon would drop some decent armor instead of leaving behind a giant crater. Zachary stared at the scorched earth, thinking that if he'd known the guy was going to blow, he would have looted his pockets first. He remembered the fanatical look in the demon's eyes, a guy willing to blow himself up just to vent his rage on the locals. The blast was loud enough to wake the whole neighborhood. Luckily, his current neighbors were either dead or chilling in another dimension. The only silver lining was his shiny new axe, since his old one was basically a dull butter knife now. On top of that, he'd finally hit a major milestone. Zachary reached level 25, the sacred milestone that unlocked power upgrades, and a faint smirk played on his lips. It seemed like survival was finally tipping in his favor, but before opening his superpower gift box, there were still a few chores to take care of. He opened his interface and immediately bought the small-scale Mirage Array F rank he'd just unlocked. With a heavy thud, a crude, massive crate materialized right in front of him. He pried the lid open to find a set of purple, glowing stakes inside, looking completely different from the last Mirage Array. Zachary walked around the camp's perimeter, carefully hammering each magic stake deep into the ground. He drove the final stake in, completing the circle. Stepping back to admire his work, he was itching to see how this new defense system actually worked. The Mirage Array hummed to life as the stakes began shooting out crackling purple sparks. A powerful surge of magical energy burst from the center, sweeping right over Zachary. Once the system confirmed activation, a shimmering purple dome spread outward until it covered the entire camp, wagon and all. Looking in from the outside, the clearing in the forest seemed to ripple and vanish, replaced by the seamless image of a peaceful, untouched forest without a single trace. Zachary touched the shimmering boundary, amazed by how flawless the entire base's camouflage was. He let out a sigh of relief, finally able to focus without worrying about wandering demons. With security taken care of, he turned his full attention to the main event, choosing his class. A blue notification popped up, congratulating him on reaching level 25 and asking if he was ready to make his choice. Zachary didn't hesitate for a second, hitting yes with a confident grin. His excitement was cut short by a red error screen demanding 6,000 Nisus coins to buy a Nexus connection node. Zachary cursed the system's greed, realizing this fee would wipe out almost all the coins he'd bled and sweated to earn. Gritting his teeth, he confirmed the transaction, praying the process wouldn't give away his location. A beam of light shot straight into the ground, and a giant, glowing Nexus crystal appeared right in the middle of camp. He stepped closer to the strange relic, unsure if it was just an interface or something permanent. He tapped the base with the head of his axe, triggering a new prompt. The crystal flashed bright, popping a fresh window right in front of his eyes. He narrowed his eyes as the system announced he had 5 distinct class options to choose from. A predatory smile spread across his face. The moment he'd worked so hard for was finally here. The first option was Warrior, a common class for folks who stuck to basic melee combat. Next was Apprentice, also common, which focused on channeling basic elemental magic. The third was Marine, a rarer class specifically tailored for naval combat at sea. Next up was Demon Hunter, a rare class specialized in tracking down and executing demonic threats. Finally, there was Hatchet Man, a rare class described as the woodcutter of the endless enemy forest. Zachary paused to process the list, pretty satisfied with a lineup that was far more varied than he'd expected. He also noticed every option started at F rank, the baseline for everyone in this new world. The fact that they were all upgradable meant this decision would define his entire future growth path. This was a make-or-break choice, so he instantly dismissed the 2 common classes, warrior and apprentice, since picking a common class when you had rare options on the table was a complete waste. He considered demon hunter, but worried that specializing too early might backfire on him later. He didn't want to end up totally useless if he bumped into something that wasn't a demon. He needed a path that could handle every threat under the sun, from bugs to beasties. He shot down the Marine class right away, since he had zero interest in getting stuck on a boat in the middle of nowhere, leaving only one option that made real sense for his survival. He believed the system rewarded those who took the biggest risks, and Hatchet Man was the rare payout he truly deserved. Though he wondered if it would lock him into using axes with his current gear, it wasn't a deal breaker. Zachary chuckled to himself, knowing picking a rare class wasn't just a smart move, but a massive edge for staying alive. He gripped the glowing crystal tightly, feeling a raw surge of primal power hum through the stone and straight into his bandaged hands. Hatchet Man, he declared firmly, his eyes blazing with drive, and a blinding flash of light shot up to confirm his pick. The system chimed to confirm his new identity, permanently binding him to the Hatchet Man class. A barrage of notifications flooded his vision, granting him his full class title along with rare skills. But the final notification left him completely stunned. He was named the world's first Vanguard, a title that slapped a +5 bonus onto every single attribute. Crackling yellow electrical energy erupted across his entire body. The raw power from the attribute boost coursed through his muscles and veins. He gritted his teeth and pushed through the surge as the system forcefully expanded his physical limits. As the system listed out his all-around growth, Zachary sank to his knees, his body struggling to adapt to the sudden explosion of power. He lay still for a moment, steam rising from his scalding skin as he panted heavily to catch his breath. He raised his head, one eye flashing with a predatory yellow gleam as he realized just how far ahead he'd pulled from the rest of the world. Opening his status panel, his eyes went wide when he saw his strength attribute skyrocket to a mind-blowing 92. He stared at his hands in awe, calculating that strength alone had jumped by 28 points in a single instant. Flexing his bandaged arms, his muscles bulged so hard they produced a sharp pop in the air from sheer brute force. A cold, dangerous smirk formed on his lips as he prepped to dive deeper into his new abilities. He opened his class menu and was greeted by a lineup of skills that looked ridiculously strong, though since every skill was locked behind annoying combat trials. Zachary stood up tall, yellow sparks still dancing around him. Even with a rare class, the system wasn't handing out freebies. He tightened his grip on his axe, accepting that he'd have to slaughter thousands more enemies if he wanted to master this new path. His silhouette darkened against the backdrop of the woods as he swore to show these invaders that there was a far scarier monster in this world than them. With 2 of the 5 marks he needed to eliminate already down, Zachary turned his attention to the remaining lesser gods and their general, realizing that for the demons, this invasion was anything but a tragedy. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and even though everything had almost fallen apart because of the prophet's stupid mistakes, the tribes had finally put actually capable people in charge, like Kevin, who was thoroughly enjoying the perks of his new position. While the monsters he brought along did the dirty work of clearing out the island, Kevin just kicked back to enjoy the show. He honestly felt like nothing on this island could touch him. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Zachary looked less like a threat and more like a guy just running errands. Kevin was busy grumbling about wasting an entire month of prep because of the general's tactics, knowing they had to move fast before invasions on other planets started snatching up all the good loot. Still, sacrificing 10,000 slaves seemed to have earned them some divine luck, and Kevin wore the face of a guy who just hit the jackpot. His scout had just brought back news that made the whole ordeal worth. Deep in the mountains, they discovered a massive Nexus crystal vein, a hoard worth more than most could even dream of. It was a fortune bigger than what even the tribal elders possessed. As leader of the scout team, Kevin was in charge of discovering this treasure, and he had a little secret of his own. Not every shiny thing he found was getting handed over to his superiors. Feeling on top of the world, he ordered his men to set up camp simply because he was sick of walking. Finding a spot to sit and watch the sunset, he asked Kayla what she thought, but she was still trying to adjust to the planet's bizarre weather. Gormer had already set up a lavish dining table with pastries and a red tablecloth. Kevin invited Kayla to join him, telling her to drop the formality and just call him by his name. Kayla was a bit surprised he was taking a lunch break right at the start of a major invasion. Kevin just flicked a bug away like it was beneath his notice, bragging that he always made time for what really mattered in life. But his mood quickly turned sour as more and more mosquitoes buzzed around their fancy meal. He'd gone through a lot of trouble to convince Kayla to join this trip and wasn't about to let it get ruined. When a fly landed right on his food, Kevin snapped at Gormer to do something about the pests. He called out to Gormer again, but the total silence made him freeze. Out of nowhere, Kayla let out a terrified gasp and scrambled for her bow as the atmosphere shifted completely. Zachary dropped down from above, smearing a guard's blood right across the dirt. Kayla screamed, "It's a native," while Kevin sprang to his feet, hands glowing with energy as he roared, "Kill him." Just then, an arrow whistled through the air, but Zachary was already on the move, reaching for another blade to finish the job. He kept pressing the attack, moving faster than any human had a right to. Kayla's arrow was sliced clean in half by Zachary. Kevin drew his massive black broadsword, ready to put an end to this pest once and for all. Sparks of blue lit up the air as Zachary's axe collided with the sword. Metal ground against metal, while the two locked eyes amidst the chaos. Kevin just smirked, seemingly amused that this planet actually had a human worth putting some effort into, boasting loudly about crushing them, just like all the other parasitic bugs on this planet. But Zachary was pushing back hard, even as dark energy started swirling around them. Gormer watched in shock as this native stood toe-to-toe with Kevin. Two demons lunged at Zachary, trying to swamp him with numbers. But Zachary leaped clear of the danger zone just in time. Zachary didn't hesitate, throwing a devastating punch that sent Gormer staggering, the impact ringing out like the demon's armor was about to shatter. He was blasted backward by the sheer kinetic force, the air practically cracking as the magic feedback from his demon armor exploded. Gormer slammed into the ground in agony, the impact knocking the wind out of him and knocking him out cold instantly. Kevin didn't waste a single second, rushing in with a slash that cleaved the ground right where Zachary had been standing. He was genuinely bewildered as to how a native could possibly keep up with him. Zachary tightened his grip on his axe, the wooden handle creaking under the pressure as he braced for the next round. Dark energy started coiling around Kevin, his power spiking as he realized he was in deep trouble. An amplified wave of dark energy shot straight at Zachary from Kevin, making him scream in sheer agony. While he was distracted, a purple-feathered arrow came whistling in from the side, striking home and sinking deep into Zachary's shoulder. He gasped for air, the shock combined with the injury starting to exhaust him. Kevin stood over him, sword raised high, ready to bring down the killing blow. Zachary looked up, his eyes wide as he realized just how deep of a hole he was in, but he still managed to throw up his weapon to block, sparks flying everywhere as the two weapons locked together. Kevin couldn't believe it. This planet had only been integrated a month ago, yet this guy had already grown this strong. Zachary reached out, wrapping his hand tight around Kevin's head, making the demon choke out a sound as Zachary's hand clamped down like a vice, the sheer raw strength making the scout noble tremble in terror. He swung his axe in a wide arc, aiming to end the fight right then and there. But Zachary realized he wouldn't be able to finish him off if the woman nearby kept harassing him with relentless arrows. Zachary paused his assault, tilting his head just in time for an arrow to graze his cheek. He knew a single moment of distraction against the demon in front of him would mean death. Zachary leaped back to create some distance, his breathing heavy. He wiped the blood from his face, his eyes never leaving his opponent. The two stood frozen for a moment, panting heavily under the blood-red sky. Gormer was still clutching his gun in the back, clearly still unconscious. Kevin admitted, "You're pretty impressive for a regular human. I've heard of humans crawling out from the bottom of society. The castaways, the trash that wasn't even supposed to survive the integration phase. The ones too weak to deserve stepping onto the path of cultivation, as tiny and meaningless as the mosquitoes I absolutely despise." Kevin explained that people like Zachary were the ones who fought so hard that even the heavens had to acknowledge them. We call them defiants, the ones who defy fate. And it looks like you have more potential than most of them. Kevin continued. It's a real shame someone like you has to die here. But since Zachary dared to challenge him, Kevin had no choice but to bring his weapon down. He swung his massive broadsword horizontally, forcing Zachary to duck, dodging it by a hair. Zachary slid across the rocky ground, trying to keep his distance from that terrifying surge of dark energy. He lunged forward, his axe clashing once more against Kevin's armor. Zachary gritted his teeth, knowing that just one more mistake meant. His axe slammed hard into Kevin's chest, but the impact only generated a horrific shockwave. Without making the demon flinch at all, Kevin stood firm as a mountain, the patterns on his armor glowing as it absorbed almost the entire force of the blow. Zachary was blasted back by the magical recoil, sliding across the rocky terrain while cursing the demon's superior armor. Refusing to stay down, Kevin roared and charged while Zachary prepped a lethal counter. As the demon rushed in, Zachary thought fast, grabbed the entire dining table, and hurled it straight into Kevin's face, disrupting his rhythm and driving him into a blind rage. The demon's face twisted in anger and sudden confusion as he realized this human wasn't going to go down easy. A heavy impact sent Kevin stumbling backward through the wreckage of his own camp. Without giving him a second to react, Zachary circled behind him and unleashed an earth-shattering blow, sending the demon's body flying backward like a cannonball. Seeing his commander in danger, Aizen screamed in alarm while smoke and dust blanketed the battlefield. A horrific crash echoed through the clearing as a magical explosion flattened a nearby tree. Kevin barked at Aizen to focus, but that brief slip-up was all the opening Zachary needed. Emerging from the dust cloud like an avenging phantom, Zachary brought his weapon down in a deadly arc. Kevin's eyes went wide with terror, cold sweat dripping down his forehead as he watched his subordinate die a gruesome death. Zachary slammed his axe into the ground with bone-crushing force, the impact shaking the whole area. Kevin swept his leg, knocking Zachary off balance, and immediately tackled him to the dirt, pinning him down. The two grappled on the ground, each scrambling for an angle to land a fatal blow. Even with Kevin holding the upper hand, Zachary fought back by jamming his fingers into his face with savage, primal power. He clamped his grip tight, letting out a low growl from his throat. Kevin's pained shrieks were smothered by the crushing hand, and in sheer desperation, Kevin screamed for Kayla to shoot Zachary, no longer caring about his own safety in the face of death. Kevin drew a gleaming short dagger, its cold steel blade promising death. With a brutal thrust, he drove the blade straight into Zachary's side. Zachary let out an agonized cry, making the demon believe total victory was finally in his hands. His eyes were bloodshot, completely locked on the single goal of finishing off the human pinned beneath him. Zachary started to panic. His hand fumbled along the ground, searching for his weapon. Kevin, covered in blood, kept taunting Zachary with a manic laugh, asking if this was really the limit of a defiant's power. Zachary's hand finally wrapped around his axe handle, his resolve hardening with every breath. From above, the demon smirked, reveling in his imagined upper hand, his face a hollow mask of arrogance, totally oblivious that they were both standing on the edge of a deadly standoff. Zachary silenced him permanently with one final crushing blow. As a level-up notification flashed in the corner of his vision, the battle was over, leaving Zachary panting heavily among the pile of enemy corpses. He tried to get up, but the arrow lodged deep in his shoulder along with total exhaustion made him stumble. Kayla stepped out from the shadows, her bow already drawn and aimed right at Zachary's head. The demon archer stood cold and detached, her eyes promising a quick end to the human intruder. Zachary took another arrow to the body, the impact making him cry out in pain as he struggled to keep his balance. He stared back at her with silent hatred, his eyes still burning with an unquenchable, unyielding spirit. Kayla warned him to stay still, the pain of losing Kevin fueling her hatred even further. Zachary glared back, his expression icy as he braced for whatever was coming next. In a split-second blur, The position of his axe blade shifted instantly from Zachary's side straight into the middle of Kayla's forehead. As the adrenaline began to fade, nothing was left except the bone-deep pain from his wounds. Despite the danger, Zachary still began looting Keverin's body, hoping to find gear that would help him survive his next encounter. He checked the small decorative pouch taken from Keverin, nodding at its surprising weight. When he opened the pouch, a burst of magical energy erupted, bathing him in a warm golden light. Looking inside, he realized it was a spatial treasure holding a massive, chaotic stash of all kinds of things. The pouch seemed to defy physics, packing an entire room's worth of supplies inside its tiny frame. Zachary found everything from fruit baskets to high-end furniture, making him wonder if the demon had been out on a picnic. Among the random junk, he spotted a collection of glowing, multicolored crystals that looked ridiculously important. The system notified him these were F-rank Nexus crystals, dense with raw cosmic energy. The interface explained these crystals were essential for leveling up and recovering post-combat. He picked one up, feeling the raw power pulsing inside the gem like a miniature star in the palm of his hand. Checking his active quests, he saw similar crystals listed as rewards for fighting off the invasion. Zachary began absorbing the energy from the crystals, his body drinking in the power to heal his wounds. Half an hour later, Zachary had stripped the best loot from Keverin's gear, claiming the dark magic armor for himself. He strapped the precious spatial pouch to his belt, a crucial prize from his first major victory. A cold, satisfied smirk spread across his face as he sized up his new gear, feeling much better prepared. Even though he was now wearing full armor looted from a demon, he decided Keverin's giant broadsword was way too unwieldy to use. He opened his system panel to recheck his quests and gauge his progress, noticing his quest progression was actually moving along nicely. Still, even after a month, the Intrusion Expert quest was still sitting at 0/3. Did he really have to conquer this whole invasion first? His axe proficiency wasn't all that high either. It would have been great if it counted the enemies he killed before taking the quest, but the road ahead was still long. I've already dealt with Gwilji and that Bargus courier, so that just leaves the imps and one other type I haven't run into yet, plus the commander of this invasion force. I have no clue where the imp courier is hiding, or even what the other courier is supposed to be. So right now, there's really only one option left. The invasion commander. Let's see how you like it when you're the one getting invaded. Panic erupted right at the gates as demon soldiers scrambled out to respond, finally noticing the bloody mess Zachary had left outside. The gate guards, completely oblivious, rushed blindly toward the source of the chaos. They couldn't even fathom what was attacking them. A support squad charged through the teleportation gate, swords drawn. They were expecting to face an entire army, but only silence was waiting for them. The lead soldier skidded to a halt, his arrogance vanishing in a flash. The scene ahead was gruesome beyond any report, and he looked around in shock, rendered speechless by the efficient, brutal slaughter as bodies lay strewn across the ground, twisted and broken right where they fell. Zachary slipped back into the shadows, panting for breath. His axe proficiency was climbing, but taking the general head-on was still suicide. He looked down at his body, covered in mud and caked blood. Brute force wasn't going to get him past that gate. Every inch of his flesh throbbed with pain, and if he tried to storm the gate right now, he'd be torn to shreds before he even laid eyes on the general. With thousands of demons on the island, he needed a new plan, since picking them off one by one was going to take way too long. He shifted his gaze toward the mountain, where a steady stream of demons was moving between the outpost and a higher cave. Whatever they were doing up there, it definitely wasn't anything good, looking like they were either scouting or mining something important while the main force stayed behind the city walls, busy building a new city. Zachary watched them from the dark, wondering if they were just mindless system spawns sent to test. But as they laughed and joked with each other, reality set in. They weren't NPCs, but living, breathing creatures. He almost wondered if they even wanted to be here, thinking maybe they were stuck in this game, just like he was. His eyes hardened as he brushed the thought aside, knowing it didn't matter who they were or how they felt. They were on his island, defiling his home, and sympathy had no place in a fight for survival. The only way he'd talk to these invaders was through the sharp edge of his axe, the only language they understood. He leaned against a tree trunk, collecting himself, remembering he still had a family to find and a world to take back. If he had to become a monster to save his loved ones, so be it. He crossed that line a long time ago. He decided to switch up his targets, realizing hunting down the remaining lesser gods would weaken the general's grip before the final battle. Once they were dead, he'd come back for the invasion commander's head. He turned and vanished into the deep forest, knowing tracking them down wouldn't be easy as he spent days traversing the island, checking every nook, cranny, cave, and high ground. He pressed on with his gruesome work, his axe proficiency slowly ticking up with every kill, pushing close to 200 now. The hunt led him to the rugged coastline, where he slaughtered everything in his path. The count kept rising. He searched through narrow caves, leaving a trail of bodies behind him. He was almost halfway to his target. Zachary hauled himself up a sheer cliff face, his muscles screaming from the exertion, sure that they had to be hiding somewhere. He finally made it to the top, the wind whipping wildly against his cloak. The climb was worth it for the view. He paused for a moment to catch his breath and wipe the sweat from his forehead, realizing he'd been looking in the wrong places before. From up here, the entire island stretched out before him, the red pillar of light at the outpost looking tiny from this height. A flicker of movement caught his eye, and he narrowed his gaze, focusing on a nearby mountainside. A massive beast was perched on a tree branch, its body cracked and glowing with orange energy, looking ancient and lethal. Zachary stepped out into the open, drawing its attention, knowing he'd finally found what he was looking for. The stone ape roared in terror as Zachary scanned its stats using Judgment Eye. It belonged to the Azrazak race. He finally confirmed the last two lesser gods were a low demon and this pack of apes. It was time to act. The beast roared again, scorching heat radiating from its mouth. It was not alone. The whole pack surged down the ravine, their heavy footsteps shaking the earth. Zachary didn't hesitate. He charged ahead, clashing with the first beast. A heavy swing sent the ape flying. Zachary's axe proficiency surged with every slash as he sliced through another, the count hitting 899. He was closing in on a massive milestone, and he could feel the impending shift. Zachary paused as the final beast collapsed. These stone apes were fiercely territorial, which was why he hadn't spotted them until now, meaning if he wanted to find the next lesser god, he had to push deeper into the mountain range. High-pitched shrieks echoed through the ravine. More were coming, and they sounded furious. The entire pack charged down the cliff face, their massive frames rattling the ground as they roared in unison. A wall of stone and fury hurtling straight toward him, clearly not fond of strangers. Zachary tightened his grip on the axe handle and stood his ground, ready to see what these apes were truly made of. He had been fighting non-stop ever since the system arrived, trapped in an endless loop of blood and steel. He tore straight through the first wave. The count crossed 900. Mindless violence was starting to become second nature. At first, the system meant nothing to him, just numbers and death. 921. 939. He was so close now, close enough to taste it. His mind drifted back to his friends and family, wondering if anyone was still alive in the world he once knew. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized the old world was gone. Now, there was only the hunt, and the more he fought, the more everything fell into place. He was turning into something else. Every kill brought him closer to a truth he couldn't quite grasp yet. 982. 995. 998. 999. Just one more. A blinding flash of light erupted as he hit the mark. 1,000. He did it. Axe proficiency 1,000. The world around him dissolved into blinding white space. This wasn't the mountain anymore. Zachary found himself standing on a floating island as a magnificent white city appeared before his eyes. He was inside a vision. He looked down from the cliff edge, his eyes wide in awe at something far beyond anything he'd ever seen, watching a massive army of stone and winged warriors marching through the clouds beneath him. It was a scene straight out of myth, every single soldier radiating an overwhelming aura that made him feel like a mere caterpillar by comparison. Zachary stared, overwhelmed by the sheer scale, feeling the raw cosmic energy pulsing through the air. A figure materialized in the middle of the island. A man stood calmly amid the chaos. A bald man clad in humble robes, holding a plain iron axe, looking like an ordinary woodcutter, yet possessing a terrifyingly intense aura. The mysterious woodcutter took a deep breath, locking his focus onto a single point as he prepared for something big. He raised the axe high above his head, purple lightning crackling around his body as he channeled a terrifying power. With a slow, downward slash, he let it rip, a deliberate motion carrying the weight of the entire world. The world shattered as a massive fissure of purple energy tore through the sky and earth, cleaving reality itself. Zachary watched in silence, knowing this wasn't just a slash, but the fundamental laws of the universe being rewritten. Shockwaves rippled through the vision, throwing everything into utter chaos. Its force was unfathomable as a system prompt flashed in his mind, absorbed seed of gravity. He had achieved a breakthrough, and as the vision exploded in a final flash of light, Zachary was thrust back into the real world, leaving a massive crater right where he stood. Zachary panted heavily, his hands trembling as he gripped his axe, the power he had just witnessed still coursing through his veins. Zachary leaned his back against a tree trunk, completely exhausted, surrounded by the shattered corpses of the Stone Ape Pack. The Tao. He had heard about it in legends and myths, but he never thought it could be real, something he could actually touch. The system confirmed his new status, Seed of Gravity Tao, a permanent buff to strength and endurance. This changed everything. While he hadn't fully grasped its depth yet, the sensation of power was undeniable, proving he was no longer just a run-of-the-mill survivor. Zachary tightened his grip on the axe handle, feeling the surge of power from his breakthrough rushing along his arms. It felt like he had finally caught a glimpse of a fundamental truth of the multiverse, the image of that mysterious woodcutter replaying in his mind, carrying a weight behind every slash that was far beyond the ordinary. He realized his past techniques were riddled with flaws. Compared to the vision, his slashes were mere illusions, while the woodcutter's stroke was the only thing that was real. Zachary focused, trying to channel that true essence, needing to feel the absolute weight behind every swing. He poured his fresh insight into his next strike, and with an earth-shattering roar, a massive fissure tore through the ground, flattening the remaining stone apes in its path with terrifying force. Zachary stood atop the pile of corpses, catching his breath. As powerful as that slash was, he knew he had only scratched the surface. The man in the vision possessed something far greater, and the image of that world-splitting slash continued to haunt him with a depth he had yet to master. Zachary stared at his reflection on the axe blade, his eyes burning with fresh ambition, wondering if he could ever reach that level of power. The mysterious woodcutter remained a silent, unshakable goal in his mind, a benchmark for what was truly achievable. A system prompt appeared alongside a title that made him freeze. Child of the Tao, the third person in the world to achieve enlightenment and form a Tao seed. Zachary's eyes widened as the words third person sank in. He wasn't the first. Two others had already walked this path before him. He thought about the world outside the island, knowing the tutorial phase had ended for everyone a month ago. Out there, the muscular survivor and the others were probably fighting their own battles. He wondered how many natural geniuses there were like that blonde girl, people born tailor-made for this new cultivation world, and whether the government had begun rebuilding or if major factions had already staked out territory while he was still isolated here. The thought gnawed at him, having pushed himself to the limit believing he was in the lead, so learning he'd been surpassed by two others wounded his pride as he checked his status. Level 28, Seed of Gravity Tao, with his strength and endurance skyrocketing, though it still wasn't enough. Looking out over the devastated mountainside, Zachary resolved to push himself even harder. When the dust finally settled, only the absolute strongest would decide the order of this new world. Zachary narrowed his eyes, checking his progress on the system interface. Having been so busy surviving, he almost forgot his current numbers. 9,952 out of 10,000 logs. Zachary Atwood took a brief breather, leaning back against a fallen giant tree, just a few slashes away from his goal. Meanwhile, deep inside the demon base, weapon racks stood ready for a life-draining war. Agres, one of the demon leaders, looked at the latest update in utter disbelief. The courier reported that Kevin was dead, most likely taken out by the same mysterious group that eliminated the other lesser gods. Agres tried to keep a straight face as the soldiers suggested they were up against an elite native squad. Standing behind his massive bodyguard, Ilver, Agres couldn't help but burst out laughing, thrilled that his rival had finally kicked the bucket. He faked a cough, claiming he must be allergic to something in the planet's atmosphere. And while he admitted it was a bit of a shame losing Kayla in the chaos since she used a spy on Kevin for him, he wasn't going to lose any sleep over it. He ordered a squad to check on Cinderain and Queequeg, maintaining his role as a caring commander. Deep down, he just hoped the natives and his remaining rivals would wipe each other out so he could seize sole control. Ilver warned him he was laughing too much, but Agres just told him to shut his trap. Back deep in the forest, Zachary got back to work, pushing the log count up to 9,999. He wiped the sweat from his face, dialing in his focus for the final task. He lined up his axe for the last stroke. The counter hit 10,000, and a surge of terrifying power exploded from the log. Purple lightning coiled around him as his body absorbed the cosmic reward, pushing his power to new heights. And with his stats boosted, he headed toward the mountain peaks where the energy ran thickest. He began a vertical climb, his fingers digging deep into the rough rock. He scaled the cliff face effortlessly, his body feeling lighter and more powerful than ever before. Reaching a sturdy ledge, he looked down and spotted a group of creatures gathering below. He let out a shout to announce his presence, and they all looked up at once. The pack of stone apes shrieked and charged straight up the mountain face. Zachary didn't budge, itching to test out his new strength. He tightened his fist around the axe handle as the blade began to hum with a brilliant, dazzling glow. The apes leaped through the air, closing the distance with a massive bound. Zachary pulled his axe back, cosmic energy gathering around his arm as he prepped his strike. He whispered his core skill, cleave. The axe head glowed red-hot and expanded as it sliced through the air. A massive shock wave tore through the mountainside, wiping out the lead pack of apes in the blink of an eye. The rest were blasted backward, their bodies unable to withstand the terrifying impact. He kept climbing, convinced this mountain range was hiding something far more important than a few stone apes. He was sure of it. The energy in the air was so thick it couldn't possibly be natural. The peaks above shrouded in a strange glowing mist that throbbed with power. The creatures here were different too, stronger, more disciplined, and acting like coordinated patrol squads. Observing from a rocky crevice, he noticed these apes reminded him of the humanoid demons he had faced. They moved in tight packs, patrolling the area with clear intent. Every squad had a larger leader heading the group. He kept clearing them out, leaving a trail of shattered stone in his way. Even these elite squads couldn't hold him back anymore as day after day. He climbed from peak to peak, scouring every nook and cranny of the range. As the sun set, he stood alone on the mountain top, having cleared the area, yet the remaining lesser gods were still nowhere to be found. Zachary narrowed his eyes, focusing on the deep abyss below. He had spent days searching the peaks, only to realize he'd been looking in the wrong place, as the lesser gods weren't at the top. Looking down into a massive crater, he spotted a glowing white tree, the true focal point of the energy. Without hesitating, he stepped off the cliff edge and began descending into the valley. As he drew closer, he stayed on high alert, his mind running through potential strategies. But then he froze completely, feeling a massive wave of energy. The tree was even more impressive up close, pulsing with deep purple and crimson veins of power. He couldn't believe its scale, looking as though it had been growing there for hundreds of years. And then he saw him, a level 58 stone ape lesser god, sitting dead still beneath the tree. The monster's eyes suddenly snapped open, flashing a dangerous yellow light. Zachary didn't waste a second, immediately launching an aerial ambush and bringing his giant axe down with everything he had. Yet the lesser god was faster, catching the enchanted axe blade barehanded. The impact shattered the ground beneath them both, leaving Zachary stunned, having never seen anything catch his axe so effortlessly. Cinderain let out a low growl, his hand clamping like a vice around the metal blade, his eyes dripping with murder and completely unfazed by the human's weapon. Suddenly, a wave of energy erupted from the lesser god, forcing Zachary into a defensive stance. Zachary realized he was outmatched. His axe was stuck fast, and he was quickly losing his leverage. With an explosive shove, Cindermane sent him flying backward. Zachary slid across the crater's stone floor, digging his heels in to stop his momentum, forced to admit this was a real opponent. Even with his strength tripled since the last boss fight, he was still being pushed back. He tightened his grip on his axe handle, knowing that with his new class and the Tao Seed, he should have held the upper hand. But this ape was built different. Sizing up his rival, he knew this fight was going to be 10 times harder than his battle with Val. He cautiously took a step forward, regaining his stance. Cindermane matched his move, every step heavy and deliberate. Zachary suddenly accelerated, his form blurring as he charged in, but the lesser god didn't wait for him, diving headfirst into the brawl. The monster stomped hard on the ground, channeling cosmic energy straight into the earth itself. Massive, razor-sharp stone spikes erupted from the crater floor, targeting Zachary's chest. Rock cracked and splintered under the lesser god's magical pressure. Zachary reacted instantly, his axe becoming a blur as he cleaved through the obstacle. Leaping over the remaining rubble, his eyes stayed locked on his target. He plunged down from above once more, but Cindermane moved to cut him off. It aimed its razor-sharp hand straight at our hero's face. But Zachary parried the strike with his axe handle and followed through by driving a heavy punch right into its jaw. However, the ape instantly countered with a swipe of its claws, drawing blood from Zachary. The battle grew increasingly chaotic, splashes of red blood spraying onto the dark wooden tree trunks. They traded dozens of blows in the blink of an eye, blocking, dodging, and striking in a frantic dance of death. The white flowers on the energy tree were now stained with blood. As the fight escalated, Zachary broke into a high-speed sprint, a blur moving along the crater's edge. He and Cindermane collided once more, moving so fast they left trails of light in the air. Zachary realized one thing. The monster wasn't just fighting. It was constantly repositioning itself to stay between him and the glowing tree. A dark smile spread across Zachary's face as he recognized the ape's fatal weakness, realizing he didn't even need to target the lesser god itself. Aiming for its precious tree was enough. Zachary poured all his strength into an overhead slash, banking on the monster's protective instincts. Just as he expected, the lesser god threw itself in front of the axe blade, taking the full brunt of the blow on its own back to save the tree. Zachary put everything into the slash, his eyes burning with ruthless intent as he mocked the monster's desperation, thrilled that his gamble had paid off perfect. The axe blade bit deep into the lesser god's flesh, eliciting a savage, painful roar that echoed throughout the valley. Cindermane's fingers were still clawing at the metal, its hands trembling in sheer agony. Zachary couldn't help but respect the lesser god's resolve. The beast knew the price and was ready to die for it, but respect didn't mean mercy. Zachary pushed harder, the colliding energies producing a blinding flash of light. The sound of sizzling flesh and crushing bone echoed as the lesser god desperately held its ground. With one final, ear-splitting roar, Cindermane bellowed out, calling toward the surrounding mountain range. The sound carried for miles, an eerie signal echoing across the rugged peaks. Zachary's heart sank. He knew this roar, as it was the exact same call for backup that the low-level stone apes used to make. Before he could land the finishing blow, a rock came flying out of nowhere and struck Zachary square in the head, sending him staggering. Zachary rolled across the stone ground, his momentum coming to a stop near the edge of the crater. He staggered to his feet, blood dripping down from a fresh gash on his forehead, realizing this had been his best shot, and he was losing it. He knew if he retreated now, he might never get the chance to face the lesser god one-on-one again. But as he raised his head, the horizon was already swallowed by a sea of stone-skinned monsters surging toward him. He cursed under his breath, knowing that diving back into that chaotic mess wasn't bravery. It was suicide. The ground began to tremble beneath the weight of hundreds of stone apes, their yellow eyes flashing like 1,000 tiny stars. Realizing the battle was lost for now, Zachary turned and bolted toward a nearby cliff face to seek cover. He knew he wasn't in any condition to fight a war of attrition across the entire mountain range. Every step was a struggle, his body screaming in protest from his injuries. The thundering footsteps of the horde were right on his heels, and his cosmic energy reserves were running dangerously low. Spotting a cave entrance up ahead, he realized the commotion he'd caused had probably alerted every predator within a multi-mile radius. He plunged into the shadows of the cave, the sound of the pursuit echoing off the rock walls. Zachary skidded to a halt, dust swirling heavily around his boots. Looking back, he saw the first wave of the horde had already reached the mouth of the cave, their roars echoing through the tight space. Panting heavily, a crazy, desperate plan took shape in his mind. He knew it was a gamble, but it was the only option he had left. If he wanted to live long enough to settle the score with those lesser gods, he had to change the rules of the game. He tightened his grip on the axe handle, channeling the last bit of energy into the blade, needing a strike powerful enough to bring the whole place down. With a primal roar, he swung hard at the cave's ceiling. The impact triggered a massive explosion of rock and dust, sending giant boulders crashing down, crushing the leadstone apes and sealing the cave entrance with a deafening thud. Zachary stood in the dark, surrounded by thick dust and shadows, as the roars of the horde were finally silenced when the cave-in settled. Zachary found himself trapped in a narrow, sealed section of the cave, surrounded by pitch darkness. The young man began bandaging his wounds, frustrated that despite his new power, he was still being pushed to the limit. He inspected the rubble, knowing that at least one of the last two lesser gods was very close by on the other side. He let out a low groan as he stood up, guessing that this place probably connected to the demon mines he'd seen earlier. Tightening his grip on his axe, he began squeezing through a narrow gap to find a way out. The path led him deeper and deeper into the heart of the mountain. He stepped into a vast cavern illuminated by a strange blue bioluminescent glow. Touching the cavern wall, he could feel cosmic energy pulsing right against his palm. With energy packed this dense, he was certain the fourth lesser god was hiding deep inside. He pressed onward, watching every shadow for any sign of his target. A sudden noise up ahead made him freeze in his tracks. He quickly pressed himself against the rock wall, moving as silent as a ghost. Peeking around the corner, he spotted something moving in the blue light. It was an imp, and he knew that if one of these little creeps was here, its master couldn't be far off. The imp was giggling to itself, busy picking up glowing crystals off the cavern floor, and he watched the little monster hop around, completely oblivious to his presence. The imp paused for a moment, checking its surroundings with a wide grin. It was hoarding a stack of Nexus crystals, a resource so precious a regular mob shouldn't have had its hands on. Zachary was surprised to see these things actually had a use, but it also gave him an idea. He planned to tail the imp back to its nest to find the lesser god's lair. But before he could make a move, a massive dark shape burst out of the shadows. A giant cave lizard snapped its jaws shut, catching the imp midair. He could only stand and watch as his whole plan to track the mob got swallowed right in front of him. The lizard was a massive monster, its body covered in dangerous-looking glowing spots, and it devoured the poor imp in a single, bloody, disgusting gulp. Now, the monster turned its yellow eyes toward the much bigger meal standing in the tunnel. It lunged with a fierce hiss, leaping straight at him, but he didn't even blink, instantly cleaving the beast in two with a clean, powerful axe strike. He let out a sigh, shaking the lizard blood off his weapon. He stooped down to pick up the Nexus crystals the imp had been carrying. There was no point in leaving good loot behind. He began scanning the cave floor for any trail the little mob might have left. A faint, foul green gas began rising from the ground. Zachary pinched his nose, almost gagging on the horrific stench of imp decay. But luckily, this stink was easy to follow. He just had to trace the rotten scent through the tunnels. A sharp, rhythmic metallic sound echoed from up ahead. It was the unmistakable sound of pickaxes biting into stone, faint but unmistakable. He had found the source. A group of demons was hard at work, mining the cliff face, and Zachary's possessive instincts flared up instantly. They were mining his Nexus crystals, and he had no intention of sharing. Zachary heard demon grunts echoing through the dark tunnel, realizing they were closer than he thought, and prepped for a fight. With nowhere left to hide, he decided to strike first. A group of purple demon miners was trudging through the cave, exhaustion weighing heavy on their shoulders. They whispered among themselves, complaining about their overseer treating them like slaves. One brushed off his buddy's warning, figuring they were far enough away to speak freely. He kept leading them through the bioluminescent tunnels, still bitter about being accused of stealing crystals. He smirked maliciously, planning to find a rich vein and keep a few stones for himself this time. Suddenly, he froze as a cold, terrifying sensation crept over his entire body. His buddies began to tremble, realizing they weren't the only living things in the dark. Before they could even turn around, Zachary's axe came down in a silent, brutal strike. The remaining miners could only watch in horror as their comrade was cleaved in two in an instant. Panic overtook them as Zachary charged the next one, sending them scattering in a desperate attempt to survive. Zachary's eyes burned with a fierce light, his face splattered with demon blood. He stomped forward, the sound of breaking bone echoing through the silent cave. Every movement dragged a wave of energy along as he hunted down the survivors. He cornered a red-haired miner, who could only groan in agony upon being caught, before one final heavy slash ended the struggle before the demon could even fight back. Another miner tried to break away, desperately hoping to make it back to the main chamber. He screamed out a warning to Master Quaigo, but a flying axe blade hurled straight through his shoulder, pinning him tight to the cave wall with a dull thud. Zachary leaped through the air, closing the distance at a terrifying speed. The miner only had time to reach out one last time before his life was snuffed out. Another clean slash, and the mining tunnel sank back into silence. Zachary landed in a pool of blood, his boots rustling softly in the total quiet. He let out a slow breath, knowing his stealth play had almost been blown. He swept the area, hoping he'd taken them down fast enough not to trigger an alarm. He moved toward the light, his expression growing icier as he approached his target. Peeking out into the next cavern, he realized he had accidentally stumbled right into the enemy's command center. The massive cavern was packed with imps and elite soldiers gathered around a bubbling cauldron of poison. Zers, in a demon shield knight, spotted the intruder right away, stunned that a human had managed to slip in this deep. The multi-eyed imps scattered in a panic around the boiling cauldron, their faces twisted in confusion. Fugo, a level 44 lesser god, rose from beneath his cloak, his four eyes locking on a Zachary with pure murderous intent. Zachary didn't flinch, stepping straight into the center of the room, ready to put an end to this invasion. The lesser god let out an ear-splitting shriek, unleashing a swirling vortex of purple energy. A massive blast of fire roared through the cavern, turning the air into a literal furnace. Zachary slid across the stone floor, narrowly dodging the brunt of the magical flames. He didn't wait for a second attack, charging headfirst into the fray as his axe slammed into the demon knight's giant shield, sparks flying alongside a resonant metallic clang. He put his entire weight behind the strike, making the heavy metal shield start to crack under the pressure. His eyes burned with absolute focus, searching for that single opening to finish the fight. Zachary barely dodged a lightning-fast slash as Zers moved in for the kill. Fugo screamed at the assassin to finish the job, his four eyes wide with desperation. Zachary didn't hesitate, suddenly shifting his attack onto Zers and driving his axe blade deep to eliminate the threat. Deprived of his bodyguard, the lesser god roared in agony and released a savage wave of purple energy. Zachary spun around just in time to see the entire cavern being engulfed by the lesser god's unstable power. He leaped high, using the massive corpse of the demon shield knight as a springboard. Purple flames roared around him, threatening to swallow him whole as he hung midair. He landed hard on the ground, his mind reeling as he realized this was no ordinary fire. Watching Fugo carefully, he realized this lesser god relied on distance just like the low-level imps, meaning if he wanted to win, he had to close the gap and force the demon into close quarters. He charged straight through the fire, the heat searing his flesh as he pressed forward. With a roar, Zachary leaped toward the lesser god, axe raised and ready to deliver the killing blow. The colliding energy generated a blinding light, creating a shockwave that made the cavern walls shake. Zachary tore through the thick, swirling smoke, searching for any gap in the lesser god's defense. He realized the lesser god was desperate enough to burn everything down, including himself. His eyes fell on the boiling green cauldron, the toxic fumes making his head spin. Fugo wasn't done yet, swinging his staff to unleash another concentrated blast. The explosion shook the ground near Zachary, sending rock fragments flying everywhere. Zachary spun around at lightning speed, his movements blurring as he dodged the spreading blasts. Another explosion echoed through the cavern as the lesser god's power kept surging. Zachary gritted his teeth, realizing he was backed into a corner with no easy way out. He faced Fugo head-on, the lesser god standing before the poisonous cauldron like a twisted priest. The demon smirked maliciously, his multi-eyed face contorting into a terrifyingly confident grin. He unleashed one final, giant blast of purple fire, intending to incinerate Zachary on the spot. Fugo's smile froze as he saw a beam of golden light emerge from the center of the inferno. Zachary charged straight through the flames, the energy from his armor forming a protective shield. He remembered the former owner of this chest plate and the brutal battle he had fought to claim it. The armor possessed a special ability to block and counter heavy attacks. He realized this defensive mechanism also worked effectively against magic fire. He emerged from the thick smoke like a burning shooting star, axe raised high above his head. He swung down with crushing force, the impact shattering the ground and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Zachary stood tall, his hair completely singed away by the intense heat, but his resolve remained unshakable. He coughed violently, blood welling up from his mouth as his body endured the strain from the explosion. Thick, pungent smoke continued to engulf the air, stinging his eyes and burning his lungs. He realized the fumes from the toxic cauldron were starting to mess with his focus and coordination. He saw the lesser god preparing to flee, attempting to fly into the darker areas of the cave. Zachary tightened his grip on the axe handle, refusing to let his target escape. Having come this far, with one final primal roar, he surged forward in a desperate charge. He channeled every last bit of his remaining energy into one terrifying slash. He glared at the fleeing demon, his eyes flashing with unwavering golden light. The axe blade swept through the air with a sharp crack, suddenly breaking the sound barrier. The blade bit deep, cleaving through the lesser god with clean, fatal efficiency. The lesser god's body slammed onto the floor with a wet thud, and a system notification confirmed that Zachary had leveled up once again. Zachary sank to one knee, coughing violently as the green toxic smoke from the cauldron scorched his lungs, while a quest update flashed across his vision at the same time. Surrounded by the shrill, mocking laughter of the low-level imps, he realized he needed to get out of this room before the fumes finished what the lesser god couldn't. He tried to cover his face, but the pungent air was unavoidable, blurring his vision and rapidly draining his strength. Fighting the spreading numbness in his limbs, Zachary focused what little energy he had left on the source of the poison. He realized that if he didn't neutralize the toxic cauldron, the entire cave system would turn into a massive, inescapable death trap. Nearby, the corpse of the defeated lesser god sizzled on the floor as the cavern's energy began to swirl wildly out of control. Zachary forced himself up and stumbled toward the exit, his form flickering in the dying light of the teleportation portal. He staggered through the haze, his vision spinning as the inhaled toxins took full effect on his body. His breath hitched, his knees buckled, and the last of his strength finally deserted him after the brutal fight. With a heavy thud, Zachary collapsed into the darkness of the tunnel, green smoke swirling around his unconscious form. He didn't know how much time had passed before Zachary finally came to, slowly regaining consciousness. He tried to push himself up, but a sudden wave of nausea hit him instantly, sending his body collapsing back to the ground as Zachary thought to himself, his voice trembling, "Damn it, what did that messenger brew? How'd I end up throwing up like this without even drinking it? Whatever, it's mine now. These things won't help right now anyway. First, I need to get out of here. I don't know how long I've been out. What if some demons come to check on the situation?" Thinking this, Zachary began slowly crawling out of the area, and before long, he ran into a monster lizard and slammed his axe right into its head. After taking down the beast, he walked over to the gourd hanging at a demon's side. The corpse was still lying in the exact same spot, which was good news, proving no other demons had passed through here yet. Without overthinking it, he hurriedly picked up the gourd. and gulped down the water inside. Once he finished drinking, he leaned back comfortably against the cave wall to rest, muttering, "Thanks for the drink." He offered his thanks, then looked down at the armor he was wearing, thinking, "Good thing I had this armor. Its counterattack ability saved my life, but the energy supply for this skill is drained and recovering super slowly. Looks like it can only be used once a day." With that in mind, he pulled a crystal from his spatial bag, noting, "Didn't expect it, but this crystal needs to be fed cosmic energy to charge up the armor, just in case I run into more enemies." Instantly, energy from the crystal poured into Zachary, making him feel noticeably better. Much better. "I finally feel like I can move around without wanting to puke." He then opened the system panel to check his stats. "I have a few unassigned attribute points. What the hell? Why can't I dump them into strength? Did I hit a stat cap already? But if so, that makes no sense. There's no way 175 is the cap for the whole multiverse. That man earlier was definitely way stronger than 175. No way. Or is it because my level is still too low? Does the cap increase with level? Or maybe it's tied to race or class. Both are currently F rank, but I have no idea how to upgrade them." Thinking for a moment gave him a headache, so he brushed the thought aside. "Whatever, forget it. I'll go crazy if I lose attribute points over this. And why hasn't a single point gone into luck? It only went up because of that title. I really hate this system," he sighed wearily. Meanwhile, deep in the mines, a group of workers was heading over to hand in their mine crystals. Among the three, one guy was trembling uncontrollably, prompting the team leader to remind him, "Stop shaking. It can smell fear." The guy stammered back, "I can't help it. I know for sure I won't meet the quota today." The leader simply reassured him, "It's fine. It's here." From the opposite side, the mine supervisor and her two subordinates were approaching. She glanced left and right, thoroughly inspecting the area, which made the workers feel more pressured than ever. But soon enough, she held out her hand and demanded, "How much are you handing over today?" The team leader hurriedly handed her the bag he was holding. The supervisor silently inspected the contents for a moment before dumping all the crystals into another bag. Once done, she recorded the count and called for the next person. The brown-haired guy stepped forward, trembling. "Supervisor, On her end, the supervisor seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say and cut him off. "Hand over today's batch. I don't need to hear your excuses. The Ashura race was blessed with this mine, and I won't allow you to waste it. Every day delayed gives other intruders time to consolidate their forces, take us over, and steal this mine. Is that what you want? Are you traitors to the race?" She used the pen in her hand to lift the worker's chin and continued, "Do you know how I handle traitors?" Thinking about that, the worker fell to his knees in panic. "Please don't. I swear I'll never fall short again. Please give me another chance. Please." Unfortunately, his pleas weren't accepted by the supervisor. "Let him serve as an example to anyone thinking of betraying us." Behind her, a soldier raised his sword high, intending to execute the worker. But then he seemed to sense something and turned his gaze to the side. Sure enough, high up above, Zachary had been standing there quietly without anyone noticing. The supervisor yelled, "We're under attack." From above, countless lizard monsters began to emerge. Taking advantage of the chaos, the blonde guy pulled his buddy to escape. Meanwhile, seeing this, the two soldiers charged in to eliminate the monsters. Standing high above, Zachary watched it all quietly, thinking, "How convenient. That woman looks like she's in charge here. Taking her down will definitely slow down the demons' mining progress. But more importantly, that bag is definitely full of Nexus crystals. Looks like that pack of lizards could use a helping hand from me." Back in the battle, just as a soldier was about to finish off a lizard, a stone flew in from afar and struck him straight in the head. The one who threw the stone was, of course, Zachary. Perfect timing to strike it rich. Saying that, he plunged straight down. Dropping like a shooting star, he slammed onto the battlefield and confronted the female supervisor face to face. The female supervisor whipped around in shock, growling to ask who dared interrupt her work. Spotting Zachary, she immediately ordered her bodyguards to prioritize killing him first before dealing with the monsters. A soldier obeyed and charged to attack our hero from behind, but Zachary had already noticed him. A clean, powerful slash pierced right through the soldier's defense with terrifying precision and zero effort. The bodyguard fell backward in agony, dropping his weapon as total chaos broke out. Seeing her team fail miserably, the female supervisor decided to take matters into her own hands, releasing a flurry of dark, thorny tentacles that whipped through the air straight toward him. Zachary stood his ground, preparing to face the storm. As the magical vines whipped forward like a hurricane, he swung his axe in a defensive arc, creating a vortex that drove the attack back. Slicing through the magical projectiles, he prepared to bring the fight directly to the female supervisor. She unleashed a powerful wave of magical energy, her eyes flashing with dangerous focus. Zachary watched in astonishment as she deployed a shimmering shield that reflected his very own defensive skill right back at him. Realizing his signature move was being turned against him, he hurriedly dodged the recoil. The collision between the two forces produced a massive shockwave, forcing him to dig his heels into the ground. He barely managed to push back the reflected surge of energy. Feeling the terrifying weight of his own power, the vines wrapped around his legs, attempting to pin him down while he tried to keep his balance. The female supervisor seized the advantage, knowing he couldn't counterattack without risking taking a hit from his own strength. A sharp flare of pain burst forth as he took a direct hit, his armor failing to block the strike. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he remained resolute not to let the female supervisor see him collapse or falter. Pouring all his remaining willpower into it, he prepared to turn the tide in this brutal duel, shattering the magical shield with a desperate slash, and narrowly dodging the supervisor's next lethal blow. But the thorny vines immediately lunged forward, binding his body tightly with suffocating pressure. He struggled to break free as the magical strands tightened, restricting his movement and draining his energy. The supervisor taunted him, calling him a petty thief, clearly gloating over his pathetic bound state, and bragged that she would hand him over to her superiors, confident that her trap had finally succeeded. Zachary ignored her provocations, his eyes still burning with a fierce intensity, unwavering despite being heavily restrained. She kept boasting that he couldn't touch her, convinced she had complete control over the situation. Suddenly, he channeled a surge of raw power, severing the vines at blinding speed. The smug smirk on the supervisor's face vanished instantly as the axe blade closed the distance. He brought down a heavy, decisive slash, shattering her composure and forcing her onto the defensive. Zachary launched a brutal aerial assault, but an elite bodyguard suddenly charged in to attack from the flank. The terrifying impact sent the bodyguard crashing down beyond saving. The supervisor watched in horror, wondering how a mere human could possess such terrifying power. Keeping the pressure high, he dove into the brawl with the terrifying momentum of a monster. She realized his strength was already on par with the general's, marking him as a threat that had to be eliminated and desperate to stop him. She decided to neutralize him before he could cause any more chaos. Channeling her entire reserve of magic, she unleashed one final explosive strike, taking a massive risk to put a stop to him. Zachary glared at her with an icy gaze. Refusing to step back from the incoming surge of power, their forces collided in a giant explosion, making the cavern walls shake with chaotic, primal energy. Standing in the middle of the settling dust, he noticed the miners had already fled the scene. With his cover blown, Zachary realized the demons would soon swarm the entire mine. He decided to completely abandon the underground route and focus all his efforts on hunting down the final lesser god. Taking a moment to bandage his wounds, he found a ray of hope amidst the recent chaos. Reaching into his loot bag, he pulled out the precious item he had risked his life to secure. The valuable Nexus crystals were finally in his hands, making the dangerous raid well worth it. He shifted his attention to the durable demon outfit that had survived the terrifying explosion. Realizing the fabric possessed a rare reflective magic similar to his own high-grade armor, he paused for a second to consider how ridiculous it would be to wear it. Weighing his pride against survival, he decided practicality always trumped appearances and pulled the red dress over himself. Fully equipped in his bizarre new attire, he prepared to finish the job. Zachary decided to head back through the collapsed cave section, hoping the local threats had already dispersed. Checking his panel, he noticed a new notification popping up. The system revealed a new class quest, requiring him to travel 1,000 kilometers on foot. He viewed the distance as a minor challenge, confident he could complete it quickly. Suddenly, his vision shifted as a mysterious, high-level dynamic quest triggered without warning. The system projected a grand objective, urging him to claim victory and seize power, while a brilliantly glowing ancient tree materialized in his mind, radiating a massive, ancient energy aura. He witnessed a ripe fruit fall from a branch, the sensory illusion feeling almost too real. Returning to reality, he panted heavily, his resolve hardening into a single goal, vowing to claim that reward for himself. Even as the demon army tightened its encirclement, a massive pillar of light signaled the appearance of the legendary ascension fruit, leaving the general in utter disbelief as he realized the true value of this treasure. He recalled the ferocious beast that had stonewalled his search teams for years. He finally understood that the beast was simply guarding the tree until the fruit reached full maturity. It turned out the ape had played them all while keeping the reward for itself. The general watched in shock, wondering how the beast had managed to break free from his mind control. Enraged by the betrayal, he cursed the situation as his plans fell into total chaos. He swore to make the beast pay for the dark, crackling aura it was radiating. Ordering the regiments to mobilize, he prepared to lead the army toward the mountain. He turned to his cousin, ready to discuss the implications of this sudden divine declaration. The general roared back at his cousin, firmly asserting that rank stood above bloodline. Ryle mocked the general for losing control of the beasts he had unleashed, relishing the irony of the situation. He gloated at the thought of the elders hearing about this failure. The general tried to shut him up, declaring that he would handle the beast situation personally. Ryle merely burst out laughing, insisting that the general was completely powerless to fix this mess. A sudden surge of power erupted between the two. As tensions reached a boiling point, the general warned him against violating clan law and angering their grandfather. Ryle remained calm and arrogant, subtly implying that their grandfather was already fully aware of the current failure. He revealed that the elders had only appointed the general because they doubted his actual capabilities. An official decree was handed down, stripping the general of his command due to his lack of experience. The general snatched the decree, rage surging as he read its contents, staring at the document in sheer disbelief. Realizing his authority had been completely stripped away, pure fury consumed him, his eyes flashing with a dangerous, unstable magic intensity. Ryle maintained his cool and arrogant demeanor, suggesting his cousin retreat to safety while he handled the situation. He left the general with a bitter parting word, clearly relishing his new position of power. Leaving with a smug smirk, Ryle prepared to claim the legendary reward for himself. Meanwhile, Zachary observed the entire drama from afar. His eyes locked onto his distant target, knowing a direct attack would be suicide, and began mapping out a more careful strategy. The system updated his quest log, highlighting the limited time remaining before the fruit ripe. With its location now exposed, he prepared to cut through the demon forces to seize the ultimate reward. Zachary realized the system was forcing a massive multi-faction clash. He knew the demons and the guardian beast wouldn't share the reward without a bloody battle. Watching the chaos unfold, he wondered if challenging them for the fruit was utter madness. Though it was clearly a dangerous suicide mission, he felt he had no other choice. The legendary ancient tree glowed with extraordinary power, signaling a task he couldn't afford to ignore, determined not to let this rare treasure fall into enemy hands. With his mind set firmly on the prize, he prepared to strike at the perfect moment. Knowing the fruit needed another 12 hours to ripen, he decided to keep his cool. Rushing in now would only make him a target for the encircling demon army. As the demons marched toward the mountain, he planned to personally cut through every single one of them. Zachary knew he had to stay hidden until the final second to snatch the fruit, watching the demons from the shadows in hopes of picking off the general while he was distracted. A massive gamble. Failure was not an option if he wanted to survive. Moving through the dark terrain, he was fully aware that his entire mission hinged on this single moment. Despite facing overwhelming odds, he kept a confident smirk, ready for whatever came his way. The ground shook beneath him as he crossed the treacherous mountain path. Closing in on the legendary prize, he panted heavily, sensing the massive energy radiating from the tree as it approached full maturity. Chaos erupted nearby as the demon forces engaged the guardian beast in a blood-soaked war. He watched giant creatures tear through the landscape, their roars echoing across the valley. The ancient tree glowed with supernatural light, signaling that the time for his final strike was drawing near. The battlefield exploded as the demons and stone apes collided in a fierce, decisive war. Zachary observed the slaughter, noting that while the demons held a temporary edge, the outcome remained uncertain. He realized the demons were burning through their energy reserves, while the ape pack continued to fight tirelessly. These stone protectors were relentlessly persistent on their home turf, turning the entire mountain into a chaotic death trap. Watching the turmoil, Zachary knew this was his perfect window to act. A sudden shift in the air caught his attention, pulling his eyes toward a powerful aura. The general had finally entered the fray, slicing through enemy ranks with terrifying ease and precision. Zachary scoffed, "Talk about luck." The high-value target had foolishly left the safety of his stronghold. Seizing the opportunity, he sprang into action, hoping his lack of horns would make it easier to blend it. He charged onto the battlefield with lethal intent, ready to strike when the chaos hit its peak. Zachary leaped right into the heart of the chaos, his bizarre attire immediately drawing the attention of a nearby demon guard squad. They were visibly confused by his appearance, struggling to accept that a human would wear such strange clothes. The lead demon demanded his identity, but Zachary kept his head down to avoid unnecessary talk. His silence only deepened the guard's suspicion as they glared at him with growing hostility. He tried to stay calm and keep moving, jumping to slip past without a fight. The guard finally realized he was human, shattering the illusion and escalating the situation. Arrows flew toward him, but Zachary swatted them away effortlessly, his battle instincts sharper than ever. He warned them that they should have let him pass, as his patience had officially run out. Channeling energy into his weapon, he prepared to unleash a devastating attack on the enemy. Launching himself into the air, he closed the distance to bring a crushing strike down on the demons. Zachary delivered a brutal slash, catching the demon guard completely off guard with his speed. The guard was stunned, barely able to react to the sudden, overwhelming force. Moving like a blur, he cleared the path with a series of precise, energy-infused motions. He left his enemies behind in a cloud of dust, his aura exuding a power they couldn't match. Checking the system, he realized there were less than 20 minutes left before the fruit ripened. He decided to conserve his energy, leaping past unnecessary combat until he secured the reward. Crossing the dark forest, he noticed a strange, chilling silence hanging over the valley. The battlefield ahead was a mess, with energy crackling around the glowing legendary tree. He felt the environment being drained, as if the tree were siphoning all the cosmic energy in the area. Witnessing the brutal struggle, he prepared to intervene before the defenders lost the final battle. A demon guard froze, sensing something amiss as he tightened his grip on his sword in the dark. His eyes widened as he suddenly realized he wasn't the only living thing in the foggy forest. Before he could react, a swift, clean strike caught him completely by surprise out of the shadows. Zachary knew he couldn't stay hidden forever, so he stepped out to face the brawl. With the fruit entering its final phase, he had to push into the heart of the conflict. He decided to flank the western side of the battlefield to avoid the thickest concentration of enemy forces. Accelerating forward with a sudden burst of speed, he tore through the darkness like a lightning bolt. The system clock counted down to just 10 minutes, signaling that the ultimate prize was within reach. He wove past giant combatants, dodging heavy attacks along the way. As he approached the tree, he panted heavily and came to a full stop, stunned by an unexpected sight. Zachary discovered a system-generated force field protecting the legendary tree from the surrounding chaos. He realized this barrier would likely shatter the exact moment the fruit reached full maturity, and with only 6 minutes left on the clock, tension in the valley peaked. A high-ranking demon commander stepped forward, locking eyes with the beast guarding the prize. The two powerhouses collided in a blur of movement, making the ground beneath them tremble. The demon commander flashed a wicked grin, clearly enjoying the adrenaline of this brutal duel. They traded heavy blows, their weapons clashing with enough force to send shockwaves rippling through the area. The beast roared in defiance, but the demon remained composed. Effortlessly pressing his advantage with a precise strike, the commander drove his opponent back, taking control of the fight. The guardian beast staggered, panting heavily as it struggled to maintain its defense against the onslaught. The general dominated the battlefield with ease, his sword slicing through his opponent effortlessly. Zachary observed the slaughter, realizing his own attacks would be useless against the guardian beast's thick hide. He knew he had to intervene immediately if he had any hope of taking the reward. The timer ticked down to its final moments. As the ancient tree hummed with primal energy, the guardian beast and the general locked eyes once more. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, a massive wave of magical power exploded, drawing everyone's attention toward the light source. Zachary emerged with a cold, calculating smirk, ready to derail the general's plans. He released a concentrated burst of energy, cutting through the chaos with terrifying speed and precision. The impact sent a shockwave echoing across the valley, throwing the demon forces into total disarray. Dust and rock fragments filled the air, leaving the general stunned by this sudden, unexpected ambush. Zachary scanned the chaotic battlefield, frantically searching for his target amid the swirling downpour. A dazzling blade suddenly flashed toward him, catching him completely off guard. Reacting on pure instinct, he swung his weapon to parry the high-speed attack. Recognizing the armor, his opponent instantly identified him as the one responsible for Keverin's sudden death. The enemy charged with lethal intent, forcing Zachary to twist away in a narrow dodge. Trying to keep up with the pace, he realized his opponent possessed terrifying speed and overwhelming raw power. A sharp arc of energy sliced through the air, barely missing him by a hair's breadth. The two warriors exchanged blows in a deadly dance, testing each other's limits and reflexes to the point of gasping for air and feeling dazed. Zachary questioned his reckless decision to attack such a powerful foe. His opponent smirked, stating that now that the illusion effects were gone, they could settle this once and for all. Zachary finally stood face to face with his formidable rival as all three warriors observed one another. Tension mounted as they exchanged sharp glances, their eyes burning with the energy of primal competition. Ryle mocked Zachary for finally crawling out of the shadows, eager to test his own strength. With just 1 minute left before the fruit ripened, the race for the treasure officially began. Ryle drew his sword with a smug grin, inviting his rival to prove his worth. Zachary realized this opponent was stronger than anyone he had encountered in this dungeon. Despite his superior strength stat, he found it extremely difficult to even land a hit on Ryle. Frustrated by the stalemate, he decided to shift his focus to the greater threat. He shouted at the beast guarding the tree, proposing a temporary truce to deal with the intruder. The giant beast roared back in objection, preparing to unleash a terrifying blow on their common enemy. Zachary narrowly dodged a crushing punch that shattered the ground beneath his feet. He dove into a high-speed clash, trading heavy blows with the formidable demon rival. Their weapons collided with primal force, enough to send shockwaves rippling across the entire area. The distance rapidly closed as they continued their relentless dance of steel and magic energy. The general channeled crackling electricity into his sword, prepping a terrifying follow-up strike. Zachary realized he was completely outmatched in a head-on confrontation and needed a new plan. He desperately searched for an opening as the battlefield erupted in blinding purple light. With only 34 seconds left on the clock, the tension reached its absolute limit. They were moving into position to snatch the fruit the exact moment the shield vanished. That meant he knew precisely where they would be. As the countdown ticked down to 23 seconds, the race for the fruit grew even fiercer. Zachary watched the general and the beast collide, waiting for the perfect moment. A massive energy explosion erupted as the two clashed in a blinding impact. Seeing the chaos unfold, he realized this was the golden opportunity he had been waiting for. He tightened his grip on his weapon, channeling his power. As the system clock hit the 15-second mark, with no time to waste, He charged forward to capitalize on the distraction from their duel. His eyes burned with fierce focus, completely determined to take down both targets at once. He plunged into the brawl, moving at lethal speed toward the center of the conflict, and unleashed a sweeping slash. The air crackled with energy as he glided across the battlefield with 10 seconds remaining. The general and the beast froze, suddenly sensing a dangerous new presence intruding upon their private duel. Zachary struck with everything he had, closing the distance as the final 7 seconds slipped away. Zachary's explosive, sudden strike caught the general completely off guard, instantly shattering his composure. A shockwave tore through the area. As the countdown dropped to 5 seconds, he ignored the chaos and surged forward, closing the remaining distance with desperate, single-minded focus. Leaping over the traitor, he pushed his body to its limit with only 2 seconds left. Swinging his weapon with one final surge of momentum, he aimed to shatter the defensive barrier. The system-generated force field finally crumbled into glittering shards, exposing the prize to the open air. The ascension fruit ripened at that exact moment, pulsing with radiant, supernatural light. He severed the remaining energy strand, detaching the treasure from the ancient tree's branch. Reaching out with a steady hand, he snatched the glowing fruit out of midair. Quest complete. He claimed the ultimate reward while the battlefield remained frozen in absolute, stunned silence. Zachary knew the real challenge was only just beginning the moment the reward was in his hands. And as the entire valley turned its hostile gaze toward him, he had to make his escape. The moment his feet touched the ground, Zachary swung his axe with all his might, cleaving the monsters ahead of him in two, cursing under his breath, "Get the hell out of my way." He then began swinging his axe relentlessly, smashing every enemy that dared approach. However, they seemed to care nothing for death, continuing to throw themselves at him relentlessly, making Zachary feel slightly overwhelmed. I knew snatching this fruit wouldn't be easy. Fine, if you want to throw your lives away to block me, I'll oblige. With that thought, he channeled power into his axe blade and unleashed a whirlwind of death, shredding the surrounding soldiers into countless pieces. Their bodies rained down like a gruesome, bloody shower. But right at that moment, his danger sense went off. Before he could react, General Rydell charged at him. Luckily, Zachary sensed it just in time to raise his weapon and block the blow. Even so, the terrifying force still sent him flying backward, slamming hard against the cliff wall before coming to a stop. An agonizing cry escaped his lips. As Zachary fell to the ground, he muttered, "Damn it, guess the plan to snatch the fruit and run is off. They really set aside their hatred just to stop me. How honorable." With no chance for a stealthy escape left, Zachary gritted his teeth, and all three sides collided at once. A earth-shattering roar tore through the air, and a massive explosion occurred as the three forces clashed. The terrifying shockwave pressure blew away the low-level foot soldiers around them. Seeing this, a demon soldier panicked and tried to rush forward to check the situation, but his comrade held him back. "Stop! You'll only get in General Rydell's way. Besides, what could we possibly do in a battle between monsters like them?" Meanwhile, Zachary was fighting and thinking frantically at the same time. "He seems even stronger than me. There's no way to shake him off. Every time I try to run, he cuts me off. I have to go all out just to keep up with him. Damn it, those wretched demons and their light. Even if I block the attacks, it doesn't solve anything. I still get electrocuted just the same. Plus, this demon also has the seed of Tao. Every single strike of his carries a terrifyingly sharp, cutting sensation." Right as he blocked a blow, Zachary's body suddenly stiffened and collapsed to his knees, gritting his teeth as he thought, "Is that lightning making my muscles spasm?" But Rydell seized the opening, lunged forward, and drove his sword right through Zachary's body. The severe wound made Zachary cough up blood as he collapsed in front of the demon. Rydell laughed triumphantly. "Pathetic. You had the nerve to reach my level, but that's all the skill you have. Now I'll take that fruit back." Saying so, he bent down to snatch the storage bag off Zachary. But right at that moment, Cindermane lunged out and punched the general aside. Its eyes were filled with savage fury, as if refusing to let anyone touch what belonged to it. This made Rydell fly into a rage. "You mangy ape! How does that bastard's stupid monster keep causing me so much trouble so easily? letting wild beasts challenge us. I knew using these animals was a mistake from the start. That bastard should have been whipped and dragged through the streets, half dead, if not for his grandfather backing him up. Once I achieve my goal, I will. His words were cut short as Cindermane's body was suddenly sliced in two, leaving him in shock. The one who struck was, of course, Zachary, clutching the wound on his stomach. He said, "I didn't plan on dealing with the messenger first, but whatever." A system notification informed him that he had leveled up, and 4 out of the 5 invaders, messengers, and generals had been eliminated. Now it was just him and Rydell left. On the opposite side, Cindermane's death didn't make Rydell flinch in the slightest. "So you're the only one left? How could those weak messengers ever touch my true power?" As he spoke, he used magic to control another sword, letting it float around him before charging at the protagonist. Their weapons clashed repeatedly, generating heavy shockwaves. At that moment, the protagonist seemed to realize something. The Tao of Weight and the Chop skill, 2 abilities Zachary had been using interchangeably, blended together like 2 rivers merging into one stream. In that instant, Zachary felt a new wave of power surge through him. He roared, putting all the strength in his body into the attack. The overwhelming force startled Rydell. "Impossible. This world hasn't even been initialized for 3 months. You couldn't possibly compare to me." As he finished speaking, a pillar of energy erupted between the two. When the dust cleared, Rydell was covered in wounds and rendered speechless. Using what little strength he had left, he created countless energy swords in midair, then directed them to launch straight at the protagonist. Zachary responded with a heavy slash, creating a massive wave of energy that shot upward and collided with the swarm of energy swords. Another terrifying explosion shook the battlefield. After the shock waves dissipated, Zachary was lying on the ground with several energy swords impaling his body. General Rydell limped closer. Both were drenched in blood. Without saying another word, Rydell controlled another energy sword toward Zachary, while Zachary could only roar inwardly, "Move! Damn it! Just move!" Just as Zachary was trying to force himself, a sudden sharp pain pierced through Rydell's body. It turned out a sword had stabbed straight through him from behind. A familiar voice echoed, "Hello, cousin." Rydell roared in utter fury, "Monster!" Sure enough, behind him, Ogres stood with a look of pure smugness. A pitch-black blade suddenly pierced Rydell's chest from behind, and Ogres appeared right behind him with a sarcastic greeting for his cousin. Rydell screamed Ogres' name in utter shock, fresh blood spurting onto his luxurious silver armor. Ogres flashed a sinister grin, revealing sharp fangs and glowing green eyes full of malice. Rydell collapsed, hitting the dusty ground right at the feet of the traitor who had just viciously struck him down. In the distance, Zach was also exhausted, leaning on his axe to keep his balance after the grueling fight. The surrounding demon soldiers froze at the unbelievable sight, unable to comprehend why their own people were turning on each other. A purple-skinned demon soldier stared at Rydell's corpse in disbelief at what had just transpired before his eyes. He roared in fury as he realized their supreme general had been assassinated by one of their own clan. The entire demon legion fell into chaos, with shouts of betrayal echoing across the valley. Zack stared in confusion, having not expected that demon to finish off his own commander so swiftly. The demon soldiers began to go wild, roaring for revenge for Rydell as they charged toward the center of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ogres quietly reached into his robe, preparing to pull out something secret. He quickly downed a strange pill amid the surrounding wave of chaos. Zack looked at Ogres with deep suspicion, wondering if this action was to save him or if the guy had an even scarier scheme. Ogres swallowed the pill, his face maintaining an unreadable, cold expression. He walked casually across the battlefield, ignoring Rydell's cold body lying behind him. Suddenly, Ogres vomited a mouthful of thick black blood, his body seemingly suffering from a massive backlash. He collapsed to the ground. Zack watched from afar, not letting his guard down for a single second. Right then, the system interface popped up notifying Zack that he had completed the quest to eliminate all 4 heralds and the general. Rydell's death officially marked the end of the arduous quest chain Zack had to carry. The words "quest completed" glowed brightly, a result far beyond his initial expectations. The surrounding demon soldiers were completely stunned by the sudden death of their commander. Zack's mouth hung open in shock, wondering if Ogres intended to commit suicide right after killing his cousin. He began to speculate about the true identity of this purple-haired guy, thinking he might be an assassin from a rival faction. Viewed from above, the battlefield was plunged into grief, with the body of the once mighty general lying there. Zack brushed aside his tangled thoughts, realizing the enraged demon horde was starting to shift their attention toward him. Surrounded by thousands of enemies, Zack knew he only had a few brief seconds to find the only way out. Ogres' body suddenly twitched violently, signaling that the demon wasn't completely down yet. Zack tightened his grip on his axe handle, ready for the absolute worst-case scenario. Ogres forced himself up, continuing to cough up blood while still slurring out sarcastic remarks about the unpleasant experience he just went through. Zack muttered in his head in frustration, wanting nothing to do with this crazy demon anymore. He took a step back to keep a safe distance from the ruthless killer. Ogres raised a hand to signal Zack to stop, trying to regulate his rapid breathing. With his face smeared in blood, he declared that the two of them were currently on the same side if they wanted to escape. Zack narrowed his eyes in disbelief, on the verge of swinging his axe to take his head off and be done with it. Ogres urged him, knowing Zack was holding the toxic cauldron, and demanded he throw into the fire immediately if they both wanted to survive. Zack glanced at the closing ring of demon forces, still lacking enough trust to follow the words of someone who had just betrayed his own comrade. Ogres roared, saying the reason he killed Rydell didn't matter as much as both their lives right now, emphasizing that if Zack didn't cooperate immediately, they would both undoubtedly die here. Zack clicked his tongue. As much as he hated it, he knew the demon was right about their current razor-thin situation. Looking at the enemy forces as thick as ants, Zack understood that fighting head-on right now was pure suicide. Standing in the center of this death pit, he prepared for one final desperate gamble for a ray of hope to survive. Zack agreed, having no choice but to gamble on the demon's words. He hoisted the large cauldron filled with imp poison, preparing for a decisive throw. With every ounce of his strength, Zack hurled the cauldron into the air, aiming straight for the blazing fire below. The cauldron shattered, releasing a massive cloud of thick green toxic smoke that engulfed the ground. The Kyuko poison mist erupted violently, rapidly spreading and consuming everything in sight. The demon soldiers panicked and screamed, suffocating and collapsing before this deadly poison. Amid the toxic fumes, Zack turned to ask Ogres about the next step, but the demon only replied with a meaningful look. Ogres flashed a cold smile, wished Zack good luck, nonchalantly swallowed an antidote pill, and used a vanishing skill to disappear, leaving him all alone. Zack froze in shock as he realized that bastard had played him for a fool right at the last second. He stood isolated in the epicenter of the deadly poison cloud, feeling a surge of fury boil up inside him. Zack cursed his own stupidity for trusting a crafty demon like Ogres. Realizing the mountain winds would soon push the toxic fog to cover the entire valley, Zack scrambled to find an escape route. The battlefield was now nothing more than a mess submerged in the deadly green of lethal poison. Holding his breath, he tried to run as fast as he could while his body was gradually growing exhausted from his open wounds. Zack's efforts seemed completely hopeless as the toxic smoke began seeping into the cuts on his body. The Kyuko poison had seeped into his bloodstream, creating eerie, glowing green veins across Zack's skin. Inside his blood vessels, cells were being violently ravaged by the poison, causing excruciating pain beyond words. Zack grit his teeth as he ran, fueled by pure hatred for the demon Ogres who had forced him onto this path of death. He understood that he needed to head up the high mountain where the poison could barely reach to find a ray of hope for survival. Even though his entire body was trembling from the reaction to the poison, Zack kept forcing his legs to keep going. Zack gradually lost control of his body, stumbling and unable to keep his balance any longer. He panted heavily, feeling as though his chest were being suffocated by the toxic air surrounding him. The toxicity of this mist went far beyond any poison Zack had encountered in the previous caves. In his moments of deepest despair, Zack suddenly spotted a strangely glowing lake appearing in the middle of the old forest. Though he had no idea what the lake contained, Zack believed it might be the only safe haven for him to take shelter. Without hesitation, Zack threw himself into the energy-drenched lake, trying to dive deep toward the bottom to avoid the toxic mist above. Beneath the water, Zack hoped to find a passage leading deep into the heart of the mountain, where he could truly be safe. He felt a massive surge of cosmic energy churning inside the lake, which began to envelop his body. Agony struck instantly as the energy in the lake began burning Zack's flesh as if he had been dipped in acid. Zack screamed silently underwater, his entire body feeling as if it were being roasted alive by the terrifyingly pure energy. He mocked his own fate, wondering if his efforts over the past 2 months were really going to end with him exploding from absorbing too much energy from this lake. Cornered in a dead end, Zack pulled out the mystical fruit and decided to eat it, hoping this fruit would bring a miracle. The moment he tasted it, Zack felt a sweet flavor and a cool stream of energy start spreading throughout his body. He breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the fruit begin its healing effect, his wounds seemingly starting to soothe. But that relief didn't last long, as a scorching sensation flared up again, more violent than ever before. Zack's body turned into a battlefield of 2 opposing energies, clashing violently and plunging him into agonizing pain. The water around Zack began to burn, making him feel as though he were being burned alive in an eternal furnace. Then suddenly, the intense heat shifted to a bone-chilling cold as alternating waves of heat and frost ceaselessly tormented Zack's physical form. This pain was worse than anything Zack had ever experienced, and he pleaded in vain for this nightmare to stop. Zack gradually lost sensation in his limbs and chest, his body sinking deep toward the bottom of the lake in a state of absolute emptiness. Zachary leaned his back against a tree trunk, completely exhausted, surrounded by the shattered corpses of the entire horde of rock monkeys. The Tao. He had heard about it in legends and myths, but he had never thought it could be real, something he could actually touch. The system confirmed his new state, Tao seed of gravity, a permanent buff to strength and endurance. This changed everything. He didn't fully grasp its complete meaning yet, but the sensation of power was undeniable, and he was no longer a mere ordinary survivor. Zachary tightened his grip on his axe handle, the surge of energy from the breakthrough coursing down his arms. It felt as though he had finally caught a glimpse of a fundamental truth of the multiverse. In his mind, the image of that mysterious woodsman reappeared, the sheer weight behind each of that man's swings far exceeding the ordinary. He realized his previous techniques were full of flaws. Compared to that vision, his own strikes were nothing more than empty illusions, whereas the woodsman's strike was the only thing that was truly real. Zachary focused, trying to guide that essence, needing to feel the absolute weight behind every single swing. He poured his newfound insight into his next attack, and with an earth-shattering blast, a massive fissure tore open the ground, flattening the remaining rock monkeys in its path with terrifying force. Zachary stood atop the pile of corpses, panting heavily. Even though this strike was incredibly powerful, he knew he had only scratched the surface. The man in the vision possessed something even grander. The image of that strike tearing through the world still haunted him, holding a level of depth he had yet to master. Zachary looked at his reflection on the axe blade, his eyes burning with a new ambition, wondering if he could ever reach that level of power. The mysterious woodsman remained a quiet, steady target in his mind, a standard for what could be achieved. A system notification popped up along with a title that made him freeze. Child of the Tao, the third person in the world to reach enlightenment and form a Tao seed. Zachary's eyes widened as the words third person sank in. He wasn't the first. 2 others had already gone before him. He thought about the world outside the island, knowing the tutorial phase had ended for everyone a month ago. Out there, that surviving musclehead and the others were probably fighting their own battles. He wondered how many natural-born geniuses like that blonde girl existed. People who were born perfectly suited for this new world of cultivation. Had the government started rebuilding yet? And were there large organizations already claiming territory while he was still isolated here? The thought gnawed at him. He had pushed himself to the limit, believing he was in the lead, so knowing he had been outstripped by 2 others stung his pride. prompting him to check his status. Level 28, Tao Seed of Gravity, with strength and endurance having surged, though it was still not enough. Looking out over the devastated mountainside, Zachary resolved to push himself even harder. When the dust finally settled, only the strong would decide the order of the new world. Zachary narrowed his eyes to check his progress on the system interface. He had been so busy surviving that he had almost forgotten the current number. 9,952 logs out of 10,000. Zachary Atwood took a short rest, leaning his back against a massive fallen tree trunk, just a few chops away from his goal. Meanwhile, deep inside the demon base, weapon racks stood ready for a war that was gnawing away at lives. Agres, one of the demon leaders, looked in astonishment at the latest update. The messenger reported that Kevrin was dead, most likely killed by the same mysterious group that had eliminated the other lower gods. Agres tried to maintain a calm expression as the soldier suggested they were up against an elite squad of natives, standing behind the giant guard Ilver. Agres couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. He was thrilled that his rival had finally kicked the bucket. He faked a cough, saying he must be allergic to something in this planet's atmosphere. He admitted it was a bit of a shame losing Kayla in the chaos since she used to spy on Kevrin for him, but he wasn't going to lose any sleep over it. He ordered a team to go check on Cinderain and Queequeg, keeping up his act as a Karen commander. Deep down, he just wanted the natives and his remaining rivals to kill each other off so he could take total control for himself. Ilver warned him he was laughing too much, but Agres just told him to shut up. Back deep in the forest, Zachary resumed his work, pushing the log count up to 9,999. He wiped the sweat from his face, focusing on the final task. He aimed his axe for the final strike. The counter hit 10,000, and a terrifying wave of energy exploded from the log. Purple lightning wrapped around him as his body absorbed the cosmic reward, pushing his power to a whole new height. With his boosted stats, he headed toward the mountain peaks, where the energy was concentrated even stronger. He started climbing straight up, his fingers digging deep into the rough stone. He scaled the cliff face with ease, his body feeling lighter and stronger than ever. Reaching a sturdy ledge, he looked down and spotted a group of creatures gathering below. He shouted to signal his presence, and they all looked up at once. The rock monkeys screeched and charged straight toward the mountain. Zachary didn't budge. His hands were already itching to test his new power. He tightened his grip around the axe handle as the blade began to hum with a brilliant, dazzling glow. The monkeys leaped through the air, closing the distance in a massive bound. Zachary pulled his axe back, cosmic energy gathering around his arm as he prepared his strike. He whispered his primary skill, slash. The axe head turned white-hot and expanded as it cut through the air. A massive shockwave tore through the mountain slope, wiping out the front rank of monkeys in an instant. The remaining ones were blasted backward, their bodies unable to withstand the terrifying force. He continued climbing, convinced that this mountain range was hiding something far more important than a few rock monkeys. He was certain of it. The energy in the air was so dense it couldn't possibly be natural. The peaks above were shrouded in a strange, glowing mist that pulsed rhythmically with power. The creatures here were different too, stronger, more disciplined, and acting like coordinated patrol units. Observing from a crack in the rock, he realized these monkeys were reminiscent of the humanoid demons he had faced. They moved in tight packs, patrolling the area with purpose. Every group had a larger commander leading them. He kept clearing them out, leaving a trail of shattered rock in his wake. Even these elite squads couldn't stop him anymore. Day after day, he climbed from one peak to another, scouring every nook and cranny of the mountain range. As the sun set, he stood alone on the summit, having cleared the area, but the next lower gods were still nowhere to be found. Zachary narrowed his eyes, focusing on the deep abyss below. He had spent days searching the peaks, only to realize he had been looking in the wrong place. The lower gods weren't at the top. He looked down into a giant crater and spotted a glowing white tree, realizing that was where the energy was actually concentrated. Without hesitation, he stepped off the cliff edge and began his descent into the valley. As he drew closer, he stayed on high alert, his mind constantly running through potential strategies. But then he froze completely, sensing a massive wave of energy. The tree was even more impressive up close, throbbing with veins of deep purple and crimson energy. He couldn't believe its scale, looking as if it had been growing there for hundreds of years. And then he saw him, a level 58 rock monkey lower god, sitting in absolute stillness beneath the tree. The monster's eyes suddenly snapped open, flashing with a dangerous yellow light. Zachary wasted no time, instantly launching an aerial ambush and bringing his giant axe down with everything he had. Yet the lower god was faster, catching the enchanted axe blade effortlessly with its bare hand. The impact caused the ground beneath them both to shatter. Zachary was stunned, having never seen anything catch his axe so casually like that. Cinder Mane growled softly, its hand like a vice clamped tight around the metal blade. Its eyes were filled with killing intent, completely unfazed by the human's weapon. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from the lower god, forcing Zachary to brace himself. Zachary realized he was out of his depth. His axe was stuck fast, and he was rapidly losing leverage. With an explosive push, Cindermane sent him flying backward. Zachary slid across the rocky surface of the giant crater, digging his heels into the ground to stop his momentum. He had to admit this was a real opponent, as he had still been pushed back even though his strength was 3 times higher than during the previous boss fight. He tightened his grip on the axe handle. With his new class and the Dao Seed, he should have had the upper hand, but this monkey was just built different. Looking at his opponent, he knew this battle was going to be 10 times harder than the fight against Val. He cautiously took a step forward, regaining his stance. Cindermane matched his movement, its footsteps heavy and deliberate. Zachary suddenly accelerated, his form turning into a blur as he charged forward. But the lower god didn't wait for him to arrive, proactively lunging in to join the melee. The monster stomped its foot hard against the ground, channeling cosmic energy directly into the earth itself. Massive, razor-sharp stone spikes erupted from the bottom of the crater, aiming straight for Zachary's chest. Rock cracked and crunched under the pressure of the lower god's magic. Zachary reacted instantly, his axe turning into a blur as he chopped through the obstacles. He leaped over the remaining rubble, his eyes locked onto his target. He dove down again from above, but Cindermane shifted to intercept him. It thrust its razor-sharp hand straight at the protagonist's face. But Zachary deflected them with the shaft of his axe and drove a heavy punch straight into its face. However, the monkey countered immediately with a swipe of its claws, drawing blood from Zachary. The battle grew increasingly chaotic, splashes of red blood splattering onto the dark wood of the tree trunk. They traded dozens of blows in the blink of an eye, blocking, dodging, and striking in a frantic dance of death. The white flowers on the energy tree were now stained with blood. As the fight escalated, Zachary broke into a high-speed sprint, a blur moving along the crater wall. He and Cindermane collided again, moving so fast they left trails of light in the air. Zachary realized one thing. The monster wasn't just fighting, it was positioning itself to always stand between him and the glowing tree. A dark smile spread across Zachary's face as he realized the monkey's fatal weakness. He didn't even need to target the lower god. He just needed to target its precious tree. Zachary poured all his strength into a downward chop, banking on the monster's protective instincts. Just as he expected, the lower god threw its body in front of the axe blade, taking the full force of the blow on its back to save the tree. Zachary put everything into the swing, his eyes burning with ruthless intent. He mocked the monster's desperation, thrilled that his gamble had paid off perfectly. The axe blade bit deep into the lower god's flesh, eliciting a savage, agonized roar that echoed across the valley. Cindermane's fingers were still clawing at the metal, its hands trembling in sheer agony. Zachary couldn't help but respect the lower god's resolve. The creature knew full well the price to pay and was willing to die for it, but respect didn't mean mercy. Zachary pushed harder, the clashing energy unleashing a blinding light. Sizzling flesh and crushing bones echoed out as the lower god fought to hold his ground. With one last ear-splitting roar, Cindermane howled, calling out toward the surrounding mountain range. The sound traveled for miles, an eerie signal echoing across the rugged peaks. Zachary's heart sank because he knew that roar. It was a call for reinforcements, identical to the ones the lower-tier rock monkeys used to make. Before he could land the finishing blow, a flying boulder hurled out of nowhere and struck Zachary square in the head, sending him staggering. Zachary rolled across the stone floor, his momentum coming to a stop near the edge of the crater. He stumbled to his feet, blood streaming down from a fresh gash on his forehead, realizing this was his best shot, and he was losing it. He knew if he retreated now, he might never get another chance to face the lower god one-on-one again. But as he raised his head, the horizon was already flooded with a sea of stone-skinned monsters surging toward him. He cursed under his breath, knowing that diving back into that chaos wouldn't be brave, it would be suicide. The ground began to tremble beneath the weight of hundreds of rock monkeys, their golden eyes gleaming like 1,000 tiny stars. Realizing the battle was lost for now, Zachary turned and bolted toward a nearby cliff face to find cover. He knew he was in no condition to fight a war of attrition across the entire mountain range. Every step was a brutal struggle, his body screaming in protest from all the injuries. The thundering footsteps of the horde were right on his heels, and his cosmic energy reserves were nearly tapped out. He spotted a cave entrance ahead, realizing the racket he had made must have alerted every predator within a multi-mile radius. He ducked into the shadows of the cavern, the sound of the pursuit echoing off the rock walls. Zachary skidded to a halt, dust swirling around his boots in thick clouds. He glanced back and saw the first wave of the horde reaching the cave entrance, their roars filling the cramped space. Panting heavily, a crazy, desperate plan began taking shape in his mind. He knew it was a gamble, but it was the only option left. If he wanted to live long enough to settle the score with the lower gods, he had to change the rules of the game. He tightened his grip on his axe handle, channeling the last bit of his energy into the blade, needing a blow strong enough to bring the whole place down. With a primal roar, he swung hard into the cavern ceiling. The impact triggered a massive explosion of rock and dust as huge boulders came tumbling down with a crash, crushing the lead rock monkeys and sealing off the cave entrance with a deafening thud. Zachary stood in the dark, surrounded by swirlings of dust and shadows. As the cave-in settled, the roars of the horde were finally cut short. Zachary found himself trapped in a narrow, sealed-off section of the cave, enveloped entirely by darkness. The young man began bandaging his wounds, inwardly fuming because despite his new strength, he was still pushed to his absolute limit. He surveyed the rubble, knowing that at least one of the remaining two lower gods was very close by on the other side. He let out a quiet groan as he got up, guessing that this place must connect to the demon mines he had seen earlier. He gripped his axe tightly and began squeezing through a narrow gap to find a way out. The path led him deeper and deeper into the heart of the mountain. He stepped into a vast cavern illuminated by a strange, bioluminescent blue glow. Placing his hand against the cave wall, he could feel cosmic energy pulsing right beneath his palm. With such a dense concentration of energy, he was certain the fourth lower god was lurking somewhere deep inside. He pressed forward, scanning every shadow for any sign of his target. A sudden sound up ahead made him freeze in his tracks. He quickly pressed his back against the stone wall, moving as silently as a ghost. Peeking around the corner, he spotted something moving in the blue light. It was an imp, and he knew if a low-tier creature like this was hanging around here, its master couldn't be far off. The imp was giggling to itself, busy picking up glowing crystals off the cave floor, and Zachary watched the little monster hop around, completely oblivious to his presence. The imp paused for a second, checking its surroundings with a wide grin. It was hoarding a stack of Nexus crystals, a resource so valuable that a mere trash mob shouldn't have had its hands on. Zachary was surprised to see these things even had a use, but it also gave him an idea. He planned to tail the imp back to its nest to locate the lower god's lair. But before he could make a move, a massive dark shape lunged out from the shadows. A giant cave lizard snapped its jaws shut, snatching the imp right out of midair. He could only stand there and watch as his whole plan to track the monster got swallowed right in front of his eyes. The lizard was a giant beast, its body covered in dangerous-looking glowing spots, and it gulped down the poor imp in just one gruesome, bloody bite. Now, the monster turned its golden eyes toward the much bigger meal standing in the tunnel. It lunged with a vicious hiss, leaping straight at him. But without flinching, Zachary cut the beast in half with one clean, powerful swing of his axe. He let out a sigh, shaking the lizard blood off his weapon. He bent down to scoop up the Nexus crystals the imp had been carrying. There was no point in leaving good loot behind. He started scanning the cave floor for any tracks the little monster might have left behind. A pale green, foul stream of vapor began rising from the ground. Zachary pinched his nose, nearly gagging at the hideous stench of the rotting imp. But luckily the smell was super easy to track. All he had to do was follow the foul trail through the tunnels. A sharp, rhythmic metallic sound echoed from up ahead. It was the unmistakable clink of a pickaxe striking stone, ringing out distant yet crystal clear. He had found the source. A group of demons was hard at work mining the cliff face, and Zachary's possessive instincts instantly flared up. They were mining his Nexus crystals, and he had zero intention of sharing. Zachary heard demon grunts echoing through the dark tunnel, realizing they were closer than he thought, and braced himself for a fight. With nowhere left to hide, he decided to take the initiative and strike first. A squad of purple demon miners was trudging through the cave, exhaustion weighing heavy on their shoulders. They whispered among themselves, bitching about how their overseer was treating them like slaves. One of them brushed off a buddy's warning, figuring they were far enough away to talk freely. He kept leading them through the bioluminescent tunnels, still bitter about being accused of stealing crystals. He smirked sinisterly, plotting to find a rich vein and pocket a few stones for himself this time. Suddenly, he froze, a cold dread washing over his entire body. His buddies started trembling as they realized they weren't the only living things in the dark. Before they could even turn around, Zachary's axe came crashing down in a silent, brutal strike. The remaining miners could only stare in horror as their comrade was sliced in half in the blink of an eye. Panic seized them as Zachary lunged at the next target, sending them scattering in a desperate bid to survive. Zachary's eyes burned with fierce intensity, his face splattered with demon blood. He stomped forward, the sound of breaking bones echoing through the silent cave. Every move he made dragged a wave of energy along as he hunted down the survivors. He cornered a red-haired miner who could only whimper in pain upon getting caught, and one last heavy chop put an end to the struggle before the demon could even fight back. Another miner tried to bolt, desperately hoping to make it back to the main chamber. He screamed a warning to Master Quaigo, but a flying axe blade slammed through his shoulder, pinning him against the cavern wall with a heavy thud. Zachary leaped through the air, closing the gap at terrifying speed. The miner managed one final reach before his life was snuffed out. Another clean strike, and the mining tunnel sank back into silence. Zachary landed in a puddle of blood, his boots making a soft rustle in the absolute stillness. He exhaled slowly, knowing his stealth play had come dangerously close to getting blown. He scanned the area, hoping he had taken him down fast enough to avoid tripping any alarms. He moved toward the light, his expression growing colder with every step as he approached the target. Peeking his head out to look into the next cavern, he realized he had accidentally stumbled right into the heart of enemy operations. The massive cavern was packed with imps and elite guards gathered around a bubbling cauldron of poison. Zers and the Demon Shield Knight spotted the intruder instantly, stunned that a human had managed to slip in this deep. The multi-eyed imps scattered in a frenzy around the boiling pot, their faces twisted in confusion. Fugo, the level 44 lower god, rose from beneath his cloak, locking all four eyes on his Zachary with pure killing intent. Zachary didn't flinch, stepping right into the middle of the room, ready to put an end to this invasion. The lower god let out an ear-piercing shriek, releasing a swirling vortex of purple energy. A massive wave of fire roared through the cavern, turning the air into a literal furnace. Zachary slid across the stone floor, narrowly dodging the brunt of the magical fire. He didn't wait around for a second attack, charging headfirst into the fray as his axe slammed into the Demon Knight's giant shield, sending sparks flying with a ringing metallic crash. He poured his whole body weight into the strike, causing the heavy metal shield to crack under the force. His eyes flared with total focus, searching for a single opening to finish the fight. Zachary barely dodged a blindingly fast slash as Zers lunged in for the kill. Fugo bellowed at the assassin to finish the job, his 4 eyes wide with desperation. Zachary didn't hesitate, suddenly pivoting onto Zers and driving his axe deep to eliminate the threat. With his bodyguard gone, the lower god roared in pain and unleashed a savage wave of purple energy. Zachary spun around just in time to see the entire cavern getting flooded by the lower god's volatile power. He leaped high into the air, using the massive corpse of the shield knight as a springboard. The purple fire roared around him, threatening to swallow him whole as he hung midair. He slammed back onto the ground, his mind reeling as he realized this was no ordinary fire. He studied Fugo carefully, realizing this lower god relied heavily on distance, just like those low-tier imps, meaning if he wanted to win, he had to close the gap and force the demon into close-quarters combat. He charged straight through the flames, the heat searing his skin as he closed in. With a roar, Zachary leaped toward the lower god, his axe raised and ready to deliver the killing blow. The colliding energy unleashed a blinding flash, generating a shockwave that rattled the cavern walls. Zachary tore through the thick, swirling smoke, hunting for any gap in the lower god's defense. He realized the lower god had gotten so desperate he was ready to burn everything to the ground, including himself. His eyes fell upon the boiling green cauldron, the toxic fumes making his head spin. Fugo wasn't done yet, swinging his staff to unleash another focused blast. The explosion rocked the ground right near Zachary, sending rock fragments flying everywhere. Zachary spun rapidly, his movements turning into a blur as he dodged the expanding blasts. Another boom echoed through the cave as the lower god's power kept surging. Zachary grit his teeth, realizing he had been backed into a corner with no easy way out. He faced Fugo head-on, the lower god standing before the poison cauldron like some twisted priest. The demon sneered, its multi-eyed face twisting into a terrifyingly confident smile. It unleashed one final, massive wave of purple fire, intending to incinerate Zachary on the spot. Fugo's smile froze as he saw a golden light emerge from the center of the inferno. Zachary charged straight through the flames, the energy from his armor forming a protective shield. He remembered the previous owner of this chest piece and the brutal battle he had fought to claim it. The armor possessed a special ability to block and counter heavy attacks. He realized this defense mechanism worked just as effectively against magical fire. He emerged from the thick smoke like a blazing meteor, his axe raised high above his head. He brought it down with crushing force, the impact shattering the ground and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Zachary stood tall, his hair completely singed off by the intense heat, but his resolve remained unshakable. He coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth as his body endured the sheer pressure of the blast. Thick, acrid smoke continued to choke the air, burning his eyes and lungs. He realized the fumes from the poison cauldron were starting to mess with his focus and coordination. He saw the lower god getting ready to bolt, trying to fly into the darker reaches of the cave. Zachary tightened his grip on the handle, refusing to let his target escape. Having come this far, with one last primal roar, he lunged forward in a desperate charge. He channeled every last bit of energy into one devastating strike. He glared at the fleeing demon, his eyes flashing with unyielding golden light. The axe blade swept through the air with a sharp crack, suddenly breaking the sound barrier. The blade bit deep, slicing through the lower god with clean, lethal efficiency. Hashan's corpse hit the floor with a wet thud, and the system prompt confirmed that Zachary had leveled up again. Zachary dropped to one knee, coughing violently as the green toxic smoke from the cauldron scorched his lungs, while a quest update flashed in his field of vision. Surrounded by the shrill, mocking laughter of the lesser imps, he realized he needed to get out of this room before the fumes finished what Hashan could. He tried to cover his face, but the pungent air was unavoidable, blurring his vision and rapidly draining his strength. Fighting off the spreading numbness in his limbs, Zachary focused what little energy he had left on the source of the poison. He knew that if he didn't neutralize the toxic cauldron, the entire cave system would turn into a massive, inescapable death trap. Nearby, the defeated corpse of Hashan sizzled on the ground as the energy in the cavern began to swirl wildly out of control. Zachary forced himself up and stumbled toward the exit, his figure flickering in the fading light of the portal. He staggered through the mist, his vision spinning as the inhaled toxin took full effect on his body. His breath hitched, his knees buckled, and the last of his strength finally deserted him after the brutal battle. With a heavy crash, Zachary collapsed into the darkness of the tunnel, the green smoke swirling around his unconscious body. He had no idea how much time had passed before Zachary finally slowly came back to his senses. He tried to push himself up, but a sudden wave of nausea hit him instantly, causing his body to collapse back onto the ground. Zachary thought to himself, his voice trembling, "Damn it, what the hell was that messenger brewing? How did I end up throwing up this hard when I didn't even drink it? Whatever, it's mine now. None of this helps right now anyway. First, I need to get the hell out of here. I wonder how long I've been out. There might be demons coming to check on things." Thinking this, Zachary began to slowly crawl his way out of the area. Before long, he encountered a monstrous lizard and slammed his axe straight into its head. After taking down the monster, he walked over to the gourd hanging from a demon's hip. The corpse was still lying in the exact same spot. Good, that means no other demons have passed through here yet. Without thinking twice, he hurriedly grabbed the gourd and gulped down the water inside. Done drinking, he leaned back comfortably against the cave wall to rest. "Thanks for the water." He voiced his thanks and then looked down at the armor he was wearing. "Good thing I had this armor. Its counterattack ability saved my life. But the energy array powering the skill is depleted and recovering really slowly. Looks like it can only be used once a day." With that thought, he pulled a crystal out of his spatial pouch. Didn't expect this, but this crystal needs extra cosmic energy to recharge the armor, just in case I run into more enemies. Immediately, the energy from the crystal flowed into Zachary, making him feel noticeably better, much better. Finally feel like I can move around without wanting to puke. He then opened his system panel to check his stats. I've got a few unallocated stat points. What the hell? Why can't I put them into strength? Did I hit the cap already? But if so, that makes no sense. There's no way 175 is the cap for the entire multiverse. That man had to be way stronger than 175. No way. Or is it because my level is still too low? Does the cap increase with level? Or maybe it's because of my race or my class. Both are currently at F rank, but I have no idea how to upgrade. After thinking for a moment, the main character got a headache, so he pushed the thought aside. Whatever, forget it. If I lose attribute points over this, I'm gonna go crazy. And why aren't any points going into luck? It only goes up because of titles. Man, I hate this system. He let out a tired sigh. Meanwhile, deep within the mines, a group of workers was heading over to hand in their mine crystals. Among the three, one guy couldn't stop shaking, prompting the squad leader to remind him, "Stop trembling. It can smell fear." The guy stammered back, "I can't help it. I know for sure I didn't hit the quota today." The squad leader simply reassured him, "It's fine. It's here." Across from them, the mine supervisor and her two subordinates were approaching. She glanced left and right, inspecting the area thoroughly. This made the workers feel more pressured than ever. But quickly enough, she reached her hand out and demanded, "How much are you handing in today?" The squad leader hurriedly handed over the pouch he was holding to her. The supervisor quietly inspected the contents for a moment, then poured all the crystals into another bag. Once finished, she noted down the count and called up the next person. The brown-haired guy stepped up nervously. "Supervisor, over here." The supervisor seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say and cut him off. "Hand over today's batch. I don't need to hear your excuses. The Ashura clan has been blessed with this mine. I won't let you waste it. Every day delayed gives other intruders time to consolidate their forces, time to overrun us and seize this mine. Is that what you want? Are you traitors to the clan?" She used the pen in her hand to lift the worker's chin and continued, "Do you know how I deal with traitors?" Thinking about that, the worker panicked and dropped to his knees. "Please don't. I swear I'll never come up short again. Please give me another chance. I'm begging you." Unfortunately, those pleas weren't accepted by the supervisor. Let him be an example to anyone who thinks about betraying us. Behind her, a soldier raised his sword high, preparing to strike the worker down. But then he seemed to sense something and turned his gaze to the side. Sure enough, up above, Zachary had been standing there quietly for who knows how long. The supervisor screamed, were under attack. From above, countless lizard monsters began to swarm in. The blonde guy took the chance to drag his buddy away and escape. Meanwhile, seeing this, the two soldiers also rushed in to eliminate the monsters. Standing from above, Zachary quietly observed everything. How convenient. That woman looks like she's in charge here. Taking her down will definitely slow down the demon's mining operation. But more importantly, that bag is definitely full of Nexus crystals. Looks like that lizard pack could use a hand from me. Back in the fight, right as a soldier was about to finish off a lizard, a boulder flew in from a distance and struck him right in the head. The one who threw the rock was, of course, Zachary. Perfect timing to hit the jackpot. Saying that, he plunged straight down. He dropped like a shooting star, slamming right onto the battlefield to face the female supervisor head-on. The female supervisor whipped around in shock, growling to ask who dared interrupt her work. She spotted Zachary and immediately ordered her bodyguards to prioritize killing him first before dealing with the monsters. A soldier heard the order and rushed in to attack the protagonist from behind, but Zachary had already taken notice of him. One clean, powerful slash breached the soldier's defense with terrifying precision and zero effort. The bodyguard fell backward in agony, dropping his weapon as chaos erupted. Seeing her squad fail miserably, the female supervisor decided to take matters into her own hands. She unleashed a volley of dark, spiked tentacles, whipping them violently through the air toward him. Zachary stood his ground firmly, preparing to face the storm. As the magical vines lashed out like a tempest, he swung his axe in a defensive arc, creating a whirlwind that repelled the attack. Slicing through the magical projectiles, he prepared to bring the fight directly to the female supervisor. She unleashed a powerful surge of magical energy, her eyes glowing with dangerous concentration. Zachary watched in surprise as she deployed a shimmering shield that reflected his own defensive skill right back at him. Realizing his signature move was being used against him, he scrambled to dodge the recoil. The clash between the two forces generated a massive shockwave, forcing him to dig his heels into the ground. He barely managed to push back the reflected energy stream. Feeling the terrifying weight of his own power, vines wrapped around his legs, attempting to pin him down while he struggled to keep his balance. The female supervisor pressed her advantage, knowing he couldn't counterattack without risking taking a hit from his own power. A sudden sharp pain flared up as he took a hit, his armor failing to block the strike. He gritted his teeth through the pain, resolutely refusing to let the female supervisor see him fall or flinch. He channeled all his remaining willpower into it, preparing to turn the tables in this brutal duel, shattering the magical shield with a desperate slash, and narrowly dodging the female supervisor's next fatal strike. But the spiked vines immediately lunged forward, wrapping tightly around his body with suffocating pressure. He struggled to break free as the magical strands constricted, restricting his movements and draining his energy. The female supervisor taunted him, calling him a petty thief, clearly gloating over his miserable, bound state, and bragged that she would turn him over to her superiors, confident that her trap had finally succeeded. Zachary ignored the taunts, his eyes still burning with an intense light, unyielding despite being severely restrained. She continued to show off, saying he couldn't touch her, believing she had complete control of the situation. Suddenly, he funneled a burst of primal power, slicing through the vines with blinding speed. The smug smirk on the female supervisor's face vanished instantly as the axe blade closed the distance. He brought down a heavy, decisive strike, shattering her composure and forcing her onto the defensive. Zachary initiated a brutal aerial assault, but an elite bodyguard suddenly charged in to attack from his side. The violent impact sent the bodyguard crashing down beyond saving. The female supervisor watched in horror, wondering how a mere human could possess such strength. He maintained high pressure, plunging into the fray with the terrifying momentum of a monster. She realized his power was already on par with the commander's, marking him as a threat that had to be eliminated. Desperate to stop him, she decided to neutralize him before he could cause any more chaos. Channeling her entire magic reserve, she unleashed one final explosive strike, taking a massive gamble to hold him back. Zachary glared at her with a cold gaze. Refusing to back down against the incoming torrent of energy, their forces collided in a massive explosion, making the cave walls quake with raw, chaotic energy. Standing amidst the settling dust, he noticed that the miners had already fled the scene. With his cover blown, Zachary realized the demons would soon swarm the entire mine. He decided to abandon the underground route entirely and focus all his efforts on hunting down the final Hashun. Taking a moment to bandage his wounds, he found a silver lining amid the recent chaos. Reaching into his loot bag, he pulled out the precious item he had risked his life to secure. The valuable Nexus crystals were finally in his hands, making the dangerous raid well worth it. He turned his attention to the durable demon outfit that had survived the terrifying blast. Noticing the fabric possessed a rare reflective magic similar to his own high-tier armor, he paused for a moment to consider the absurdity of putting it on. Weighing his self-respect against survival, he decided practicality always beats appearance and pulled the red dress over himself. Fully equipped in his bizarre new gear, he prepared to finish the job. Zachary decided to backtrack through the collapsed cave section, hoping the local threats had dispersed. Checking his interface, he noticed a new notification pop up. The system revealed a new class quest, requiring him to travel 1,000 kilometers on foot. He viewed the distance as just a minor challenge, confident he could wrap it up quickly. Suddenly, his vision shifted as a high-tier, mysterious dynamic quest triggered without warning. The system projected a grand objective, urging him to prevail and seize power. While a brilliantly glowing ancient tree appeared in his mind, radiating a massive, ancient energy aura, he witnessed a ripe fruit fall from a branch, the sensory illusion feeling almost too real. Snapping back to reality, he gasped for air, his resolve hardening into a single goal. He swore to claim that prize for himself. Even as the demon army tightened their encirclement, a massive pillar of light signaled the appearance of the legendary ascension fruit, leaving the commander in awe as he realized the true value of this treasure. He recalled the ferocious beast that had blocked his search parties for years. He finally understood that the beast was simply guarding the tree until the fruit fully ripened. Turns out the monkey had played them all while keeping the reward for itself. The commander stared in shock, wondering how the beast could have escaped his mind control. Infuriated by the betrayal, he cursed the situation as his plans crumbled into chaos. He swore to make the beast pay for the dark, crackling aura of energy it was now exuding. Ordering the regiments to mobilize, he prepared to lead his troops toward the mountain. He turned to his cousins, ready to discuss the implications of this sudden divine declaration. The general roared back at his cousins, firmly insisting that rank took precedence over bloodlines. Ryle mocked the general for losing control of the beasts he had unleashed, relishing the irony of the situation. He gloated as he thought about the elders hearing this news. The general tried to silence him, declaring that he would handle the beast problem himself. Ryle just laughed out loud, insisting that the general was completely powerless to fix this mess. A surge of power suddenly erupted between the two of them. As tension reached its peak, the general warned him about violating clan law and angering their grandfather. Ryle remained calm and arrogant, subtly implying that their grandfather was already fully aware of the current failure. He revealed that the elders had only appointed the general because they doubted his true capabilities. An official decree was handed down, stripping the general of his command due to his lack of experience. The general snatched the decree, his rage surging as he read the contents. He stared at the document in disbelief. Realizing his authority had been completely stripped away, pure rage consumed him, his eyes flaring with a dangerous and volatile magical intensity. Ryle maintained his calm and arrogant demeanor, suggesting his cousins fall back to safety while he handled the situation. He left the general with a bitter parting word, clearly enjoying his new position of power. Leaving with a smug grin, Ryle prepared to claim the legendary reward for himself. Meanwhile, Zachary observed the whole drama from a distance. His eyes locked onto his distant objective, knowing that a direct assault was suicide, and he began formulating a more careful plan. The system updated his quest log, highlighting the limited time remaining for the fruit to ripen. With the location now revealed, He prepared to fight his way through the demons to seize the ultimate reward. Zachary realized the system was pushing for a large-scale confrontation between factions. He knew the demons and the guardian beast wouldn't share the reward without a bloody battle. Watching the chaos unfold, he wondered if challenging them for the fruit was pure madness. Even though it was clearly a dangerous suicide mission, he felt he had no other choice. The ancient tree glowed with extraordinary power, signaling a quest he couldn't ignore. He was determined not to let such a rare treasure fall into enemy hands. With his mind locked on the prize, he prepared to strike at the perfect moment. Knowing that the fruit needed another 12 hours to ripen, he decided to keep his cool. Rushing in right now would only make him a target for the surrounding demon army. As the demons marched toward the mountain, he planned to personally cut through all of them. Zachary knew he had to stay hidden until the final moment to snatch the fruit. He watched the demons from the shadows, hoping to take out the general while he was distracted. It was a massive gamble. Failure wasn't an option if he wanted to survive. He moved through the dark terrain, fully aware that his entire mission hinged on this single moment. Facing overwhelming odds, he kept a confident smirk, ready to face whatever came his way. The ground shook beneath him as he crossed the perilous mountain path. Approaching the legendary reward, he gasped for air, feeling the massive energy radiating from the tree as it neared full maturity. Chaos erupted nearby as the demon forces engaged the guardian beast in a bloody struggle. He witnessed giant creatures tearing up the landscape, their roars echoing throughout the valley. The ancient tree blazed with ethereal light, signaling that the time for his final strike was close at hand. The battlefield exploded as the demons and stone monkeys collided in a fierce fight to settle the score. Zachary watched the slaughter, noting that while the demons temporarily held the upper hand, the outcome was still far from clear. He realized the demons were burning through their energy reserves, while the monkey pack fought on endlessly. These stone guardians were relentless on their home turf, turning the entire mountain into a chaotic death trap. Watching the mayhem, Zachary knew this was his golden opportunity to strike. A sudden shift in the air caught his attention, drawing his gaze toward a powerful presence. The general had finally entered the fray, slicing through enemy ranks with terrifying ease and precision. Zachary smirked. Talk about luck. The high-value target had foolishly stepped out of his fortress's safety. Seizing the opportunity, he sprang into action, hoping his lack of horns would make it easier to stay hidden. He charged into the battle with lethal intent, ready to strike when the chaos hit its peak. Zachary leaped right into the center of the mayhem, his bizarre outfit immediately drawing stares from a nearby squad of demon guards. They were visibly confused by his appearance, struggling to accept that a human would wear such weird gear. The lead demon demanded to know his identity, but Zachary kept his head down to avoid unnecessary conversation. His silence only made the guards more suspicious, their glares growing increasingly hostile. He tried to stay calm and kept moving, leaping forward in hopes of slipping through without engaging. The last guard finally realized he was human, shattering the illusion and forcing an escalation. Arrows came flying toward him, but Zachary casually swatted them away, his combat instincts sharper than ever. He warned them that they should have just let him pass, as his patience had officially run out. Channeling energy into his weapon, he prepared to unleash a devastating strike on his enemies. He launched himself into the air, closing the gap to bring down a crushing blow on the demons. Zachary delivered a brutal slash, taking the demon guard completely by surprise with his speed. The soldier was stunned, barely able to react to the sudden, overwhelming force. Moving like a blur, he cleared a path with a sequence of precise, energy-infused movements. He left his enemies behind in the dust, his aura radiating a power they couldn't hope to match. Checking his system, he realized there were less than 20 minutes left until the fruit ripened. He decided to conserve his energy, leaping around to avoid unnecessary fights until he secured the prize. Crossing through the dark forest, he noticed an eerie, chilling silence hanging over the entire valley. The battlefield ahead was a mess, with energy crackling around the glowing legendary ancient tree. He could feel the environment being drained, as if the tree was sucking up all the cosmic energy in the area. Witnessing the fierce clash, He prepared to step in before the defenders lost the final fight. A demon guard froze, sensing something was off as he tightened his grip on his sword in the shadows. His eyes widened as he suddenly realized he wasn't the only living creature in the misty forest. Before he could react, a swift, clean strike came out of nowhere from the darkness. Zachary knew he couldn't stay hidden forever, so he stepped out to face the brawl head-on. As the fruit entered its final phase, he had to push toward the center of the conflict. He decided to flank around the western side of the battlefield to avoid the thickest concentration of enemy forces. Bursting forward with a sudden surge of speed, he tore through the darkness like a lightning bolt. The system countdown showed just 10 minutes left, signaling that the ultimate prize was well within reach. He wove through the massive combatants, dodging heavy strikes along the way. Approaching the tree, he gasped for breath and came to a complete halt, stunned by an unexpected sight. Zachary spotted a system-generated force field shielding the legendary ancient tree from the surrounding chaos. He realized this barrier would likely shatter the moment the fruit hit full maturity. With only 6 minutes left on the clock, tension in the valley peaked. A high-ranking demon commander stepped forward, locking eyes with the beast guarding the treasure. The two powerhouses collided in a blur of movement, making the ground beneath them tremble. The demon commander flashed a cruel smirk, clearly relishing the adrenaline of this brutal duel. They traded heavy blows, their weapons clashing with enough force to send shockwaves rippling through the area. The beast roared in defiance, but the demon remained dead calm. Effortlessly taking advantage, the commander landed a precise blow that forced his opponent back, taking control of the fight. The guardian beast stumbled, panting heavily as it tried to hold its guard against the onslaught. The general dominated the battlefield with ease. His blade sliced through his opponent effortlessly. Zachary watched the carnage, realizing his attacks were useless against the guardian beast's thick hide. He knew he had to step in immediately if he wanted any hope of stealing the reward. The clock was ticking down to the final moments. As the ancient tree hummed with raw energy, the guardian beast and the general locked eyes. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, a massive surge of magical power erupted, drawing everyone's attention toward the light source. Zachary emerged with a cold, calculating smirk, ready to sabotage the general's plans. He unleashed a focused burst of energy, tearing through the chaos with terrifying speed and precision. The impact sent a shockwave blasting across the valley, throwing the demon forces into total disarray. Dust and stone debris filled the air, leaving the general stunned by the sudden, unexpected ambush. Zachary swept his gaze across the chaotic battlefield, frantically searching for his target amid the swirling, torrential storm. A blinding blade suddenly flashed right at him, catching him completely off guard. He reacted on pure instinct, swinging his weapon to block the high-speed strike. Recognizing the armor, his opponent instantly identified him as the one responsible for Keverin's sudden death. The enemy lunged forward with lethal intent, forcing Zachary to pivot and dodge by a hair's breadth. Struggling to keep up with the pace, he realized his opponent possessed terrifying speed and overwhelming raw power. A sharp arc of energy sliced through the air, missing him by mere inches. The two warriors traded blows in a deadly dance, pushing each other's limits and reflexes to the point of breathless shock. Zachary questioned his reckless decision to attack such a powerful enemy. His opponent sneered, saying that now that the illusion effects were gone, they could settle this for good. Zachary finally stood face to face with a formidable opponent. All three warriors sized each other up. Tension mounted as they exchanged sharp glares, their eyes burning with raw, competitive energy. Ryle mocked Zachary for finally crawling out of the shadows, eager to test his own strength. With just 1 minute left until the fruit ripened, the race for the treasure officially began. Ryle drew his sword with a smug smirk, inviting his opponent to prove his worth. Zachary realized this opponent was stronger than anyone he had faced in this dungeon so far. Despite his superior strength stat, he found it insanely difficult to land a single hit on Ryle. Frustrated by the stalemate, he decided to shift his focus to the actual bigger threat. He shouted at the beast guarding the tree, proposing a temporary truce to deal with the intruder. The massive beast roared in response, preparing to unleash a terrifying strike on their common enemy. Zachary barely dodged a crushing fist that shattered the ground beneath his feet. He threw himself into a high-speed clash, trading heavy blows with a formidable demon opponent. Their weapons collided with raw force, enough to send shockwaves tearing across the area. The distance closed rapidly as they continued their relentless dance of steel and magical energy. The general channeled crackling lightning into his blade, priming it for a devastating follow-up. Zachary realized he was completely outmatched in a direct confrontation and needed a new plan. He frantically searched for an opening as the battlefield erupted in blinding purple light. With only 34 seconds left on the clock, the tension was pushed to the absolute limit. They were moving into position to snatch the fruit the exact second the shield vanished, which meant he knew precisely where they were going to be. As the countdown ticked down to 23 seconds, the scramble for the fruit grew even fiercer. Zachary watched the general and the beast clash, waiting for the perfect moment. A massive explosion of energy erupted as the two collided in a blinding crash. Seeing the chaos unfold, he realized this was the golden opportunity he had been waiting for. He tightened his grip on his weapon, channeling his strength. As the system clock hit the 15-second mark, with no time left to waste, he surged forward to capitalize on the distraction from their duel. His eyes burned with fierce focus, fully determined to take down both targets at the same time. He charged into the fray, moving with lethal speed toward the epicenter of the conflict as he unleashed a sweeping horizontal slash. The air crackled with energy as he glided across the battlefield with 10 seconds remaining. The general and the beast froze, suddenly sensing a dangerous new presence barging into their private duel. Zachary struck with everything he had, closing the gap as the final 7 seconds ticked away. Zachary's sudden explosive strike caught the general completely off guard, instantly shattering his composure. A shockwave ripped through the area as the countdown ticked down to 5 seconds. He ignored the chaos and lunged forward, closing the remaining distance with desperate, single-minded focus. Leaping over the traitor, he pushed his body to its absolute limit with only 2 seconds remaining. Swinging his weapon with one last burst of momentum, he aimed to shatter the defensive barrier. The system-generated force field finally crumbled into shimmering fragments, exposing the reward to the open air. The ascension fruit ripened at that exact moment, pulsing with a brilliant, supernatural light. He severed the remaining energy strand, snapping the treasure off the ancient branch. Reaching out with a steady hand, he snatched the glowing fruit right out of midair. Quest completed. He secured the ultimate reward while the battlefield remained plunged in stunned, absolute silence. Zachary knew the real challenge was just beginning the second the reward landed in his hands. And as the entire valley turned its hostile gaze toward him, he had to break out. The instant his feet hit the ground, Zachary swung his axe with all his might, cleaving the monsters in front of him in half. "Get the hell out of my way," he cursed under his breath. He then began swinging his axe relentlessly, crushing every enemy brave enough to step close. However, they seemed completely unbothered by death, relentlessly throwing themselves at him until Zachary started feeling a bit overwhelmed. I knew stealing this fruit wouldn't be easy. Fine, if they want to throw their lives away just to block me, I'll oblige. With that thought, he channeled power into his axe blade and unleashed a whirlwind of death, shredding the surrounding soldiers into countless pieces. Their corpses rained down like a gruesome shower of gore. But at that exact moment, his danger sense went off. Before he could react, General Rydell charged in. Luckily, Zachary sensed it just in time to raise his weapon and block the blow. Even so, the terrifying force still blasted him backward, slamming him hard against the cliff face before he came to a stop. An agonizing scream escaped his lips. As Zachary hit the ground, he muttered, "Damn it, looks like the plan to snatch the fruit and run is out the window. They really put aside their hatred just to block me. How honorable." With no chance for a sneaky escape left, Zachary gritted his teeth, and all three sides collided at once. An earth-shattering roar tore through the air. A massive explosion erupted as the three forces crashed together. The terrifying pressure of the shockwave blew away the low-level foot soldiers around them. Seeing this, a demon soldier panicked and tried to run over to check on the situation, but his comrade grabbed him back. "Stop! You'll only get in General Rydell's way. Besides, what can we even do in a battle between monsters like them?" Meanwhile, Zachary was fighting while his mind raced wildly. "He seems even stronger than me. There's no way to shake him off. Every time I try to run, he cuts me off. I have to go all out just to keep up with him. Damn it, curse these demons and their light. Even if I block his attacks, it doesn't fix anything. I still get zapped regardless. On top of that, this demon has a Tao seed too. Every single one of his strikes carries this insanely sharp, cutting sensation. Right after blocking a hit, Zachary's body suddenly stiffened and he dropped to his knees. Is that lightning causing my muscles to spasm? He thought, gritting his teeth. But Rydell seized the opening, lunging forward and driving his sword straight through Zachary's body. The severe wound made Zachary cough up blood as he collapsed in front of the demon. Rydell laughed triumphantly. Pathetic. You had the nerve to reach my level, but that's all the skill you've got. Now, I'll be taking that fruit back. With that, he bent down to snatch the storage pouch off Zach, but right at that moment, Cindermane charged out and punched the general aside. Its eyes were filled with pure ferocity, as if refusing to let anyone touch what belonged to it. This drove Rydell furious. You flea-ridden monkey! How does that bastard stupid pet keep causing me so much trouble? Letting wild beasts challenge us. I knew using these animals was a mistake from the start. That bastard should have been whipped and dragged through the streets half dead if it weren't for his grandfather backing him up. Once I reached my goal, his words were cut short when Cindermane's body was suddenly sliced in two, leaving him in shock. The one who struck was, of course, Zachary. Clutching the wound on his abdomen, he said, I didn't plan on taking out the messenger first, but whatever. A system prompt notified him that he had leveled up, and 4 out of the 5 invaders, messengers, and generals had been eliminated. Now it was just him and Rydell. Across from him, Cindermane's death didn't make Rydell flinch at all. Are you the only one left? How could those weak messengers ever touch my true power? As he spoke, he used magic to control another sword, hovering it around himself before lunging at the protagonist. Their weapons clashed repeatedly, generating heavy shockwaves. At that moment, the protagonist seemed to realize something. The Tao of weight and the slash skill. 2 abilities Zachary had always used interchangeably, blended together like 2 rivers merging into a single stream. In that instant, Zachary felt a new surge of power rising within him. He roared, throwing the entire physical force of his body into the attack. The overwhelming power startled Rydell. Impossible. This world hasn't even been initialized for 3 months. There's no way you can match me. As he finished speaking, a pillar of energy erupted between the two of them. When the dust settled, Rydell was covered in wounds and rendered speechless. Using what little strength he had left, he summoned countless energy swords in midair, then controlled them to dive straight at the protagonist. Zachary answered with a heavy slash, unleashing a massive wave of energy that shot upward and collided with the swarm of energy swords. Another catastrophic explosion shook the battlefield. After the shock waves faded, Zachary lay on the ground, several energy swords impaling his body. General Rydell limped over. Both of them were drenched in blood. Without another word, Rydell directed another energy sword toward Zachary. Meanwhile, Zachary could only roar inwardly. Move, you bastard. Just move. Just as Zachary was desperately forcing himself, a sudden sharp pain pierced right through Rydell's body. Turns out a sword had run him through from behind. A familiar voice echoed, Hey there, cousin. Rydell roared impurerage. You monster. Sure enough, behind him stood Orgus, wearing a smirk of pure satisfaction. A pitch-black blade suddenly impaled Rydell right through the chest from behind, and Ogres materialized directly behind him with a snide greeting for his cousin. Rydell let out a blood-curdling scream of Ogres' name in sheer shock as fresh blood spattered all over his luxurious silver armor. Ogres wore a wicked grin, showing off razor-sharp teeth and sinister, glowing blue eyes. Rydell collapsed, slumping onto the dusty ground right at the feet of the traitor who had just viciously struck him down. Farther off, Zach was completely spent, leaning heavily on his axe just to stay upright after the grueling fight. The surrounding demon soldiers froze in disbelief at the unbelievable sight, utterly unable to comprehend why their own troops were stabbing each other in the back. A purple-skinned demon soldier stared at Rydel's corpse, eyes wide with utter disbelief at what had just transpired before his very eyes. He let out a furious roar as he realized their supreme general had just been assassinated by one of their own kin. The entire demon legion erupted into chaos, and shouting about the betrayal echoed loudly throughout the entire valley. Zack stared back in utter confusion, never expecting that demon to finish off his own commander so swiftly with his own hands. The demon soldiers began to go wild, roaring for vengeance for Rydell as they charged toward the center of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ogres quietly slipped a hand into his robes, getting ready to pull out something secret. He quickly downed a strange pill right in the middle of the chaotic wave swarming all around them. Zack eyed Ogres with deep suspicion, wondering if this move was meant to save him or if the guy was plotting something even more sinister. Ogres swallowed the pill whole, his face keeping an unreadable, icy composure. He strolled casually across the battlefield, completely ignoring Rydell's cold body lying behind him. All of a sudden, Ogres coughed up a wad of thick black blood, his body seemingly taking a massive backlash. He collapsed onto the ground, while Zack watched from a distance, not daring to drop his guard for even a split second. Right at that moment, the system interface flashed a prompt announcing that Zack had completed the quest to slay all 4 heralds and the general. Rydell's death officially marked the end of the grueling chain of quests that Zack had been forced to shoulder. The glowing words "quest completed" lit up an outcome far beyond his initial expectations. The surrounding demon soldiers were struck completely silent by the sudden death of their commander. Zack's jaw dropped in utter shock, wondering if Ogres intended to commit suicide right after killing his own cousin. He began to speculate about the purple-haired guy's true identity, thinking he might be an assassin sent from some rival faction. Looking down from above, the battlefield was bathed in tragedy, with the corpse of the once mighty general lying right there. Zack brushed aside his chaotic thoughts, realizing that the enraged demon horde was starting to turn their attention toward him. Surrounded by thousands of enemies, Zack knew he only had a few precious seconds to find his one and only way out. Ogres' body suddenly twitched violently, signaling that the demon wasn't completely down for the count just yet. Zack tightened his grip on his axe handle, bracing for the worst-case scenario that was about to unfold. Ogres forced himself up, coughing up more blood, but still didn't forget to wisecrack about the awful experience he'd just gone through. Zack muttered internally in utter annoyance, really not wanting to deal with this crazy demon any longer. So he took a step back to keep a safe distance from the ruthless killer. Ogres raised a hand, signaling for Zack to stop, while trying to steady his heavy breathing. His face smeared with blood, he declared that the two of them were currently on the same side if they wanted to make it out alive. Zack narrowed his eyes in complete skepticism, fully intending to swing his axe and take the guy's head off to be done with. Ogres urged him on, knowing Zack had the poison cauldron and demanding he toss it in the fire right away if they both wanted to survive. Zack glanced at the demon army, closing their ranks around them, still lacking enough trust to follow the words of a guy who had just betrayed his own comrade. Ogres roared that the reason he killed Rydell didn't matter anymore compared to both of their lives right now, emphasizing that if Zack didn't cooperate immediately, they were both dead meat. Zack clicked his tongue. As much as he hated to admit it, he knew the demon was right about their current razor-thin predicament. Looking at the enemy forces swarming like ants, Zack understood that trying to fight them head-on right now was pure suicide, so he stood in the middle of the deep death pit, preparing for one final desperate gamble to catch a ray of hope for survival. Zack agreed, having no other choice but to gamble on this demon's words, and he hoisted the massive cauldron full of imp poison, setting up for a decisive throw. Putting every ounce of his strength into it, Zack hurled the cauldron into the air, aiming straight for the blazing fire below. The cauldron shattered, releasing a massive cloud of thick green poison gas that smothered the ground. The Kyuko poison mist exploded violently, rapidly spreading and swallowing everything in sight. The demon troops screamed in panic as they began suffocating and collapsing before the lethal toxin. Amid the toxic fog, Zack turned to ask Ogres about the next step, but the demon only answered with a meaningful look. Ogres flashed a cold smile, wished Zack good luck, calmly swallowed an antidote pill, and used a skill to vanish, abandoning him to fend for himself. Zack stood frozen as he realized he had been played like a fool by that bastard right at the last second. Left standing alone at the absolute center of the deadly gas cloud, he felt rage boil up inside him, cursing his own stupidity for trusting a deceitful demon like Ogress. Realizing the mountain winds would soon sweep the toxic mist across the entire valley, Zack scrambled to find an escape route. The battlefield was now nothing more than a chaotic mess drowned in the lethal green tint of the deadly poison. Holding his breath, he sprinted as fast as he could while his body was gradually wearing out from his open wounds. Zack's efforts seemed hopeless as the toxic mist began seeping into the open wounds all over his body. The Kyuko poison sank into his bloodstream, bringing out creepy, glowing green veins across Zack's skin. Inside his blood vessels, his cells were being brutally ravaged by the toxin, causing an indescribable wave of agony. Zack gritted his teeth in sheer hatred for the demon Ogres as he ran, cursing the bastard for driving him down this dead end, knowing full well he needed to reach higher ground on the mountain where the poison couldn't easily reach if he wanted a shot at surviving. Even though his entire body was trembling from the poison's reaction, Zack kept forcing his legs to keep moving forward. His body was slowly losing control, causing him to stumble, unable to maintain his balance any longer. He gasped for air, feeling as if his chest were being suffocated by the toxic air surrounding him. The sheer toxicity of this mist went far beyond any poison Zack had ever encountered in the caves before. Right in his moment of deepest despair, Zack unexpectedly spotted a strangely glowing lake appearing out of nowhere in the deep forest. And though he had no idea what was in it, he believed it might be the only safe haven to take shelter. Without hesitating, Zack threw himself into the lake brimming with energy, diving deep toward the bottom to escape the poison mist above. Underneath the water, Zack hoped to find a passage leading deep into the heart of the mountain where he could be truly safe. He could feel a massive surge of cosmic energy churning inside the lake, surrounding his body. The pain hit him instantly as the energy in the lake began burning his flesh like he had been dipped in acid. Zack screamed silently underwater, his entire body feeling like it was being roasted alive by the terrifyingly pure energy. He sneered at his own fate, wondering if his hard work over the past 2 months was really going to end with him exploding from absorbing too much energy from this lake. In a desperate bind, Zack pulled out the mystical fruit and decided to eat it, hoping the fruit would bring about a miracle. The moment he tasted it, Zack felt a sweet flavor and a cool surge of energy start spreading throughout his body. He breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the fruit starting to take effect and heal him, his wounds seemingly soothing over. But that relief didn't last long. A searing heat began flaring up harder than ever before. Zack's body became a battlefield for 2 opposing forces, clashing violently and causing him excruciating pain. The water surrounding Zack started to burn bright, making him feel like he was being burned alive in an eternal furnace. Then suddenly, the heat flipped into a bone-chilling cold, alternating hot and cold thermal shock waves relentlessly tormenting Zack's body. The agony was worse than anything Zack had ever experienced, and he pleaded in vain for the nightmare to stop. Zack gradually lost sensation in his limbs and chest, his body sinking deep toward the bottom of the lake in a state of total emptiness. Deep inside a glittering crystal cave, glowing blue crystals covered the jagged rock walls. Water dripped steadily from the cave's ceiling, echoing in the quiet space while faint rays of light hovered in the darkness. A loud splash broke the silence. Zachary hauled himself up onto the rock face, gasping for air. His cloak was soaking wet and heavy. Blood mixed with water dripped from his mouth as his hands kept a firm grip on his axe, barely having any strength left to hold himself up. Another figure plummeted down beside him, coughing violently. The injured guy convulsed before rolling onto his back, groaning in pain as rain poured down on the both of them. Zachary lay flat on the rock, utterly exhausted and trembling. Gathering the last bit of his strength, he summoned his status panel. The system responded, addressing him as an E-grade human. He admitted he didn't feel much different at first, but the numbers told a different story. His strength had broken past 189, and he had even earned new titles. Despite his progress, his body was still completely wrecked. Leaning back against the cave floor, Zachary let out a faint, satisfied smile. 2 new titles had appeared on his status panel. Rewards for surviving things that should have killed him, and a notification popped up inviting him to check the details of his new titles. The first title was One Against Many, earned after fighting 500 same-grade warriors and surviving, which granted an endurance boost, while the second title was Planetary Aegis, awarded for being the first to stop a world invasion, boosting all stats. Zachary gave a tired laugh, realizing he was the first once again. Bursts of light and flying rock debris bore witness to the sheer intensity of the battle he had just survived. The wounded guy beside him let out a painful groan. Still recovering from his own wounds, Zachary let out a heavy sigh, wincing as he shifted his bulky frame across the rock surface. He was running on pure willpower alone, wondering how many demons had survived the battle, while thinking about the strange ally who had helped him. Admitting he still didn't fully trust the guy, but since the island was limited in size, he was certain the two of them would meet again soon to have a serious talk. Getting back to business, Zachary opened his active quest log to check his progress. One of the exclusive quests requiring him to kill 4 heralds and 1 general within 3 months was fully completed, and satisfied, he noted that he could claim the rewards later via the Nexus crystal back at camp. A new quest appeared, requiring him to close or conquer the invasion and defend the outpost within 3 months, with rewards including a promotion to Lord and a settlement upgrade. While a new quest countdown started with only 43 days left to complete an unknown objective. 2 class quests were also pending progress. One was to fight in the forest to master the wilderness, and the other required walking 1,000 kilometers while remaining connected to the earth. But Zachary paused, confused as to why the Lone Walker quest hadn't progressed despite all the moving around he had done. He looked down at himself, suspecting something was off. Looking at his boots, he realized the truth. He hadn't actually been touching the ground this whole time because his boots were getting in the way. Without hesitation, he ripped his boots off and tossed them to the side. Sitting back down, he noticed the soles of his feet had toughened up so much he could step on shattered glass without taking any damage. Standing up with a confident smile, Zachary decided it was time to move on, tightening his grip on his weapon with eyes full of determination. Before leaving, he squatted by the glowing crystal stream, deciding to scoop up a bit to save for later, thinking to himself that it might come in handy, just in case. Zachary walked through the abandoned mining tunnels, his footsteps echoing against the crystal-covered walls. He had expected demons to be lurking around, but the tracks leading deep into the mines remained dead silent and completely untouched. He reasoned that even if all the demons in the valley had been wiped out, at least a few should have stayed behind in the mines to guard them. Yet nothing moved. Crate upon crate of raw crystals was stacked near the tunnel entrance. Pickaxes were still propped against the walls. The place had clearly been mined recently, but now it was completely deserted, as if everyone had suddenly vanished into thin air. Climbing higher, Zachary made his way out onto the open ground above the mine, where sunlight broke through the rugged peaks, and he paused, taking in the sight ahead and calling it something fresh. From up on the mountainside, he spotted a walled city off in the distance, its towers glistening under the sun. He noticed the red pillar, whether it had been a signal or a beacon, was gone as well, though he reminded himself that the job wasn't finished yet. The wind whipped hard as he took in the panoramic view, with tents and dead trees scattered across the terrain leading up to the city gates. Frustrated, Zachary grunted a curse under his breath, running a hand over a large boulder, realizing that whoever controlled this place had clearly invested heavily in fortifying it. Still, something felt off, as he recalled that the first time he had come here, the city walls were heavily guarded, packed with soldiers and active watchtowers. Now, both were completely deserted, and as he observed the fortified city from afar, he caught thin wisps of smoke rising from behind the walls. It was a sign that there was still plenty of activity going on inside. A dark shadow darted across the open clearing below, moving swiftly through the rain toward the tents near the city walls. A hand reached out, snagging something midair. Zachary squatted on a nearby rooftop, scanning his surroundings alertly, wondering if the enemy had simply given up the moment their general fell. He considered another possibility, that the army he had fought in the valley might have been the city's entire final defense force, though he quickly corrected himself. There were still a few people wandering the streets below, none of whom had the look of warriors, and he watched a small group make their way through the ruined town. A man dressed in dark clothes, a cloaked figure, and a woman in a long dress following behind. They looked lost, wandering aimlessly. A girl in the group with light blue hair stepped ahead of the others, her footsteps the only sound on the quiet street. Without warning, a hand came from behind and clamped tightly over her mouth, someone grabbing her before she could even react. Her eyes widened in utter terror, tears already welling up as the stranger's hand squeezed her face. And in one swift movement, Zachary swept her off her feet and dragged her back into the shadows of a nearby wall, so fast she couldn't even fight back. He leaned in close, his voice low and menacing, warning her that if she screamed, she was dead, before asking if she understood him clearly. Trembling with her eyes wide open, she could only let out muffled sounds under his hand, far too terrified to do anything else. When Zachary finally spoke again, he told her he only wanted answers, promising that if she helped him out, he would let her go. Shaking, she agreed in a small, panicked voice, and Zachary asked why the demons were still lingering on his island after the invasion had failed, wondering why they hadn't just gone back to where they came from, to which the girl softly replied that for some of them, going back was no longer an option. Trembling, she explained that failing the invasion brought unbearable disgrace upon their clan, and returning would only lead to far worse consequences, so some of the surviving demons chose to stay behind on this planet. Zachary pressed further, revealing that he already had demon refugees sheltering on his island, and demanded to know exactly how many of them were still out there. She admitted she didn't know the exact number since she only handled administrative paperwork and wasn't given access to troop counts, adding that Ogres, the general of the invasion, would know the details, and that he had left the palace not long ago. She admitted she didn't know the exact number, since she only handled administrative paperwork and wasn't given access to troop counts, adding that Ogres, the general of the invasion, would know the details, and that he had left the palace not long ago. Panicking, she insisted she wasn't lying and swore that the general was still alive somewhere out there. Zachary asked if this demon, named Ogres, matched the description. White hair, silver armor, and a combat style centered around a flying sword infused with lightning. She blinked in surprise and corrected him, saying that description actually belonged to Rydell, who served as the vice-general, not the general himself. Zachary muttered in confusion, wondering why Rydell would lead the army if he wasn't the general, his mind spinning as he tried to piece everything together. He recalled his gut feeling that Ogres was the very demon who had helped him, but if Ogres was the real general, it made no sense why his exclusive quest had shown as completed while the guy was still alive, leading him to wonder if some kind of temporary death had triggered it, and why Ogres would go as far as killing his own ally while suggesting to poison his own troops. Setting his confusion aside for the moment, Zachary asked her straight up where he could find Ogres right now. She remembered that he had gone around asking questions to many of the demons still stationed at the palace, and once he was done asking, Ogres had left and headed south. Zachary's eyes narrowed, as the south was precisely where his outpost was located. As the girl turned to hurry off, visibly relieved that the conversation was over, Zachary held her back with one final question, simply asking what her name was. She introduced herself as Zachary, mentioning that her friends usually called her Zacharith for short. Zachary let out a soft laugh at the coincidence, then addressed her properly and welcomed her to Earth. Without warning, he tapped the flat side of his weapon lightly against her head, leaving her dazed and annoyed as she slumped back against a nearby cart. Zachary turned and walked away, his mind already set on his next move as he replayed everything he had just learned. The refugees hiding out, a missing general, and yet another new quest counting down against him. Standing over the misty canopy, he admitted he had thought things would be simpler once the invasion ended, yet the list of problems was only growing longer. Zachary decided it was time to head home, standing tall against the skyline, with no intention of keeping ogres waiting any longer. A demon warrior with bright red horns walked through the foggy forest. His purple cloak trailed behind him as he stepped onto a hidden path, arriving at a ruined campsite with an old trailer sitting behind a fire pit. And he instantly recognized this as the lair of the enemy who had crushed the forces of the Azrizak clan. Looking around the messy camp, he curled his lip in contempt, commenting that the place looked more like a den for wild beasts than an operational base. He squatted down and inspected a blood-stained wooden stake driven deep into the dirt, concluding that whoever lived here fought more like a rabid beast than a soldier. Staring at his own reflection in the cracked window of the trailer, he wondered how such crude, barbaric creatures could have destroyed his invasion. Voice full of disgust, he turned to look at a glowing crystal structure nearby, grudgingly admitting they weren't complete savages, since at least they knew how to set up a nexus node to communicate with other realms. He reached out toward the crystal, thinking the unfeeling heavens should have blocked him from accessing the nexus after the invasion failed. But he tried anyway, hoping to slip through undetected. The moment he touched it, a violent surge of energy blasted him backward, leaving him cursing in pain. The nexus node had rejected him with ruthless force, and gritting his teeth with eyes flashing in hatred, he accepted his defeat. Without access to the nexus, his people would be cut off from communication, unable to integrate the town into the larger network anytime soon. Yet still frustrated, he told himself that all hope wasn't lost, as enough demons had stayed behind on this world to carve out their own territory, with or without the blessing of the heavens. Suddenly, a look of vigilance washed over his face as a distant sound echoed over, making him whip around to spot movement through the leaves. Someone was approaching the camp with heavy, deliberate footsteps. Gripping his crackling electric spear, he glared at the intruder in utter disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around how his enemy was still able to walk, wondering aloud if this guy was some kind of a mortal monster, noting that the person approaching looked wild, bald-headed, bare-chested under cracked armor, and completely barefoot. Despite the rough terrain, the demon instantly pegged him as a lunatic, growing even more tense as he realized something worse. If this savage had eaten one of the mysterious fruits scattered across the world, his strength would be far beyond expectations. Glancing back at the useless nexus node behind him, he clenched his jaw in frustration, cursing his situation before shifting his attention to the illusion array surrounding and concealing the camp. He noticed the array was still intact, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. Meanwhile, the bald warrior swallowed the remaining piece of the glowing golden fruit. Light spilled from his mouth as he steeled himself, telling himself to be ready for whatever was waiting on the other side. In a burst of speed, he charged forward with his axe raised high, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The demon smirked, muttering that these natives were nothing more than aggressive savages. Yet he remained composed, sitting properly in front of a table set with tea and pastries. He gestured for his guest to come closer and take a seat, treating the confrontation like a polite meeting, while the bald warrior's face hardened as a new thought flashed through his mind. A single word escaped his lips in a low, uneasy tone. Ogress. The demon asked point-blank if the bald warrior had stopped by Camp Resac on his way back, and inquired whether his subordinates were still alive, to which the warrior briefly answered that they were fine, asking a few questions of his own before flipping the script and demanding to know why the demon was here and how he had found the outpost. The demon laid his cards on the table, pointing out that their F-grade illusion array was laughably weak and easily spotted by any decent skill, adding that his group had tracked the place down days ago while investigating the warrior's recent movements. He added with a sarcastic tone that he couldn't believe anyone would choose to live in a cramped, blood-stained trailer. Behind him lay the carcass of a slain beast, making him wonder why the humans on this planet couldn't bother learning how to build something proper. He pointed at the blood-soaked bandages strewn across the ground, admitting that they had run into the warrior in the tunnel by chance anyway before they could put their reconnaissance to use. The warrior cut through the pleasantries, demanding to know why the demon had really come here and why he and his crew hadn't left the island yet. The demon answered without hesitation, stating that he had come to meet him face to face, predicting he would return here after the battle was over and the invasion was done, meaning there was no longer any reason for them to remain enemies. He bluntly proposed that it was time for both sides to discuss an alliance, while internally, the warrior realized that if the demon thought he had more people backing him than just himself, he could use that assumption to his advantage. He reminded him that their world had joined the multiverse less than 2 months ago and that there was still so much they didn't understand, demanding a reason why he shouldn't just keep hunting down demons like. The demon bared his fangs, explaining that the moment the warrior completed the quest, the invasion officially ended, giving all demons just 12 hours to pull back before the portal was sealed. He described the sight of hordes of his kin marching toward the red beam, cutting through the burning fortress. Some didn't make it to the portal in time, while others stayed behind on purpose. But either way, the outcome was the same. Now that the unfeeling heavens had closed the portal, going back was nearly impossible whether they wanted to or not, making it completely pointless to keep waging war against the natives. The warrior pressed further, saying his attitude was strange considering how many of his fellow demons had died, before asking straight up why he had come here and what the unfeeling heavens actually was. The demon listed off several names: the unfeeling heavens, the boundless heavens, the cosmic overseers, the system, asserting that the warrior already understood the concept. As for mourning his fallen kin, he brushed it off with a shrug, stating that life and death carried no weight in the multiverse. His face darkened as he admitted that long before reaching this planet, all of his brothers had been killed, either in open combat or through betrayal from within their own clan. As for the real reason they had come here, he put it simply: for resources. He described worlds like this planet as young and overflowing with treasures, with countless invasions tearing through planets at this very moment, saying the Azrazak clan was simply unlucky to be stuck on this island with a monster wearing human skin. The warrior asked why the system hadn't punished the demon yet, recalling how a stargazer had once warned that he himself would face punishment if he failed his quest. The demon gave a cold laugh, feigning concern as he asked if all of his plans had really been ruined just because a stargazer lied, before remarking that the unfeeling heavens certainly possessed a twisted sense of humor. He set the record straight, explaining that the unfeeling heavens didn't punish anyone, and that the worst that could happen was simply losing its interest in a person, sneering as he asked if he genuinely believed the heavens would murder everyone who didn't rush to the mountain for the fruits, before grinning wide to welcome the warrior to the multiverse. He set the record straight, explaining that the unfeeling heavens didn't punish anyone, and that the worst that could happen was simply losing its interest in a person, sneering as he asked if he genuinely believed the heavens would murder everyone who didn't rush to the mountain for the fruits, before grinning wide to welcome the warrior to the multiverse. The warrior asked if this invasion was just one of many, and whether all the other invaders were demons like. The demon admitted he wasn't sure, which was precisely why both sides needed each other, and the warrior repeated the statement with a look of skepticism. The demon confirmed it with a wave of his hand, signaling a clear agreement, stating that his side brought manpower and knowledge. Meanwhile, the warrior offered a safe haven, as the demon explained that the unfeeling heavens would suppress the power of foreign entities in a newborn world, to which the warrior offered a straightforward solution: just stay on the island, since it was safe here until someone tracked them down. The demon pushed further, arguing that more importantly, if the warrior became a lord, he could grant them the protection of a system-sanctioned city, something he himself couldn't possess. The warrior used his axe to shove the demon's hand away, unimpressed, pointing out that he wasn't a lord yet and still had a quest to complete. The demon reassured him that he would become one sooner or later, and once he did, he could buy structures directly from the unfeeling heavens, even using new defenses to crush attackers if the city ever came under siege. He asked the warrior to share the details of his quest, so he would know exactly what needed to be done to secure the title of lord. The warrior flatly refused, introducing himself as Zachary, stating he wasn't human, and asserting that he had no intention of sharing his quest. The demon called him by name for the first time to clarify his point, explaining that sharing a quest merely meant revealing the contents of the notification from the heavens panel, not having him complete it together. Smirking, he added that he was certain Zachary and his allies had already shared similar notifications with one another. Internally, Zachary realized the demon suspected he was acting alone, or was at least beginning to doubt it, and though reluctant, he agreed to reveal it. A notification chime sounded, displaying the quest details. Incursion Master, an exclusive quest requiring him to close or conquer the invasion and defend the outpost against hostile inhabitants for 3 months, alongside a countdown timer. The demon skimmed through it and instantly realized it was a monster horde quest, prompting Zachary to ask how he could tell just from reading it. The demon explained that using the word inhabitants instead of forces or factions meant the system would send mindless beasts rather than intelligent enemies, calling it one of the most annoying quests the unfeeling heavens could assign to a lord. He continued, explaining that the monster waves would begin once the countdown ended, likely 1 wave per month for 3 months, while Zachary mentally calculated that he had about 1.5 months left to strengthen himself and the town before the first wave hit. Switching topics, the demon asked where the crystals mined by his faction were being stored, emphasizing that if they were partnering up, his people needed to contribute something to the alliance, to which Zachary hesitated, admitting that his people had carried all the crystals back home through the portal before it closed. The smile never left the demon's face as he suggested that perhaps not all of it had been taken away, expressing confidence that he could find more. Circling back to the crystals, the demon suggested that the very first thing they should buy was a smelting furnace, the kind that could process raw crystals into graded materials. Zachary immediately picked up on his choice of words and questioned him, which the demon deliberately confirmed, calling it our joint purchase. He argued persuasively that Zachary would realize just how useful his group was after this conversation, especially considering Zachary couldn't mine an entire mountain all by himself. Zachary relented, admitting they could work together, while pointing out that he had killed Riddell and helped poison half of his army, having undoubtedly slain more demons than the demon himself had. The demon asked him to keep those details secret, worried that the remaining demons would lose trust in him. So Zachary agreed to stay quiet and asked what else he had to offer. The demon leaned in close with a smirk, revealing one last thing. Zachary, right now, you've been poisoned, and you don't have a damn clue.